A lot of clicking. Okay. Have everybody. Make sure no one's trapped in the waiting room. Joys of technology, right? I think we've got.
Can we do the mime box?
Yeah. I feel like the waiting room is the new version of the principal's office or something. Okay, today's gavel is an old piece of a piano. So, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I am Senator Maddie Daughtry. I represent Senate District 24, which is Brunswick, Harpswell, North Yarmouth, Freeport, and Pownell. We'll be doing introductions real quick, and then I still have a poem, and then we'll be jumping right into questions with the Department of Education. So to kick off, I'll introduce my co-chair, Representative Mike Brennan.
Hello, I'm Representative Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you. And Senator Woodson.
Dave Woodson, Senate District 33, Southwestern Maine.
Thank you. Representative Crockett.
Good morning, everyone. Representative Ed Crockett from District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo.
And we didn't get Representative Lyman yet, but she's been resent the link, correct? Perfect. So she'll hopefully be joining us soon. Representative McCray.
Yes, good morning. I'm in Fort Fairfield, my hometown. My House district is 148. Like everybody else, we got a bunch of snow yesterday and had a chance to catch up with all the stuff on my desk. So welcome and good to see you.
Representative Millett.
Good morning. I represent District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Representative Roach.
Tim Roach, representative of Wells.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury.
Hi, good morning. I'm Representative Sue Salisbury, and I represent Westbrook, House District 35, part of Westbrook.
And then Representative Sampson.
Sorry. Good morning, everyone. I represent the good people of House District 21. That's Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
And like many committees, we have members that serve on multiple committees, and Representative Stearns and Senator Rafferty are over in the Labor Committee. They may be jumping in and out. Let's see this. And with that, it looks like the commissioner is hoping to log back in. So perfect timing. We'll share this morning's poem that I think fits in perfectly. It's called School by Daniel Langton. I was sent home the first day with a note. Danny needs a ruler. My father nodded. Nothing seems so apt. School is for rules. Countries need rulers. Graphs need graphing. The world is straight ahead. It had metrics on one side, inches the other. And you could see where it started and why it stopped, a foot along, how it ruled the flighty pen, which petered out sideways when you dreamt. I could have learned a lot, understood latitude or the border with Canada, so stern compared to the south, its unruly river with two names. But that first day, meandering home, I dropped it. Which I kind of love the idea of the kid dropping the ruler on his way home. But with that, I do think we have Commissioner Macon back. Looks like she's connecting to the audio. We're having question and answers with the Department of Education. While she's getting set up, to committee members, do you have any questions before we get started on any of the procedures for the day? Representative Sampson?
Yeah, I had a quick question. Just because we received that email, I'm not going to go try and explore that email right now with information to questions. And I was wondering if when the presenters speak, could they address the questions, let us know that that's in the email? And if it's not already in the email, to let us know where in the supplemental budget we can find this information or what the information is connected to. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Commissioner Macon, were you able to connect? I'm gonna say still no sound. Okay. The joy of technology. Anyone have any other questions while Commissioner Macon is reconnecting? I don't know if there's anyone from the DOE who would like to, just sort of give a lay of the land. I don't know, Chelsea, if you'd like to jump in. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, distinguished members of the Education Committee. We're really glad to be back with you this morning. We are prepared to answer the questions that you have asked over the past week. Some of you sent specific questions to us over email, and others asked questions during the orientation session or follow-up sessions with other advocates in education in Maine. We have prepared a Q&A document that addresses the specific questions that have been asked to date, but we are also looking forward to having the opportunity to answer other questions that you may have that have come up over the past week or so. When Commissioner Macon comes back on, she will provide brief remarks, and then we'd like to go right into the Q&A. As Representative Sampson requested, we are intending to go back to the Q&A document to acknowledge that that was a question that was asked and ensure that the answer is addressing the intended question that you had sent our way. So we thank you for this time. I see Commissioner Macon is here with us, so I'm going to hand it back to Commissioner Macon to open with a few remarks.
Good morning. Sorry about those technical difficulties. I was on early and waiting, and then when I had my chance, I had no sound. So sorry about that, everybody. Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the committee, happy to be here today to answer any follow-up questions from our orientation last week. As you know, I am extraordinarily proud of the team that we have at the department and the work that we've been doing. It'll never be enough. We know that. We're not saying, hey, good enough, call it a day, check that box. No, we're working super hard every minute, and we will never get to the goal that we'll be aiming for. But we're going to continue to aim as high as we possibly can to support schools during this unprecedented challenge facing public education across our nation and here in Maine. And I would just welcome you to kick off with whatever questions or topics you'd like to discuss.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner. We do have the email with a little more information, but if we want to just jump in, do we have any questions from the committee? Who wants to go first? I'm looking around, waiting to make eye contact. Representative Sampson.
Thank you. Nice to see you, Commissioner.
Nice to see you also.
So I have a question that it would be nice to get a little bit of clarification or flesh out the issue, state versus local, and maybe some federal funding with regard to teachers being paid, made whole, the circumstances where they may not be whole. Where does the state come in? Does the state come in? Could you kind of go over that? I know that's a big question, but I need a little bit more insight. Thank you.
Sure. I believe, let me make sure I understand your question before I launch onto some answer. I think you might be talking about paid leave time when the COVID circumstances cause teachers to miss being at work or other school staff members. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Sorry, I forgot that little important piece. And I'm going to go so that you don't see my video because it slows everything down and then you sound funny. So I'm going to just, thank you.
I sound funny anyway, but all right, here we go. So in the spring, as you likely know, there was an executive order that did require all school districts to continue to pay everybody who was contracted to complete the school year according to their originally budgeted contract, which that helped a lot in the spring. And then over the course of the fall, there was the FFCRA, which is the Family First Coronavirus Relief Act, which was really, it was aimed a lot at private sector businesses, but also did include public employees in a number of protections that were similar in terms of if you had to leave because of a COVID-related situation, there was a requirement to keep people whole, as you say. And that expired at the end of December. And we met multiple times in advance of that. We met with MEA members who said, what are you going to do about this? We should extend as it is. And we met with superintendents who were saying, yeah, we're doing this anyway. We have been providing coronavirus leave within each district. And we met with a number of people about it, and we landed at a place where we gave a strong, direct recommendation to the superintendents and school boards, MSMA, at our weekly meetings that we have with these folks to say, listen, A, are you doing it? We heard yes. B, please continue to do it. And by which I mean, let me just describe what it is, and then I'll tell you that I've learned a couple of aberrations from this, and so we have a plan. But we were saying, listen, if somebody is driving a bus and a student comes on that bus who has COVID, and because this person was exposed at work while on the job and then has to quarantine for a number of days, please don't dock their salary or dock their accrued leave time, because it just doesn't make any sense. And our purpose behind urging all schools to do so in terms of guidance from the department is, well, for the first reason is just because it makes perfect sense and it's the humane and right thing to do, but also because you're going to need these people. We have a dearth of employees supporting our schools right now. And every bus driver, every nutrition services provider, if you're not providing this level of support, they're going to go to the next district over because they also need the same people. And in these conversations, we felt fairly sure that this was going to happen. We also know that there are federal funds in each district. Some still have CRF. Some, everyone is getting the ESSER funding, which we can talk about that at some point, but it's federal funding that's coming to, it's ESSER 2. We've already had, they also have ESSER 1 that may or may not have already been expended in a given district. But in addition to that, because just last night, it came to my attention that there are some examples apparently where maybe this isn't happening, where people who were exposed at work and therefore have to be home quarantining, they apparently were, we're hearing, the hearsay is that some people have lost their hourly wage or have been docked their accrued leave time. In order to double down on our urging of school districts to please not ding your employees for leave time that they have to take because of exposure at work to COVID, we think that we'll be able to build a project into our stateside ESSER fund that could be used to reimburse for the cost of subs. I think that would be essentially the only additional cost, because people's hours and salary and so forth, those are already built into the budget. So the substitute costs could be reimbursed. If they can't manage it within the district, we'll make some funding available through the federal relief funds that we have, because it's an important point. We thought we couldn't imagine, because it seems like such a self-defeating prospect to dock somebody's pay or sick time if they have been exposed at work, and that's why they have to be quarantining. But in the event that it is happening, we're going to urge people to reconsider and take advantage of what we can offer at the state.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Representative Sampson, any follow-up or?
No, I think that's helpful. I took notes. Well, maybe the acronyms, could you, just because we have new people as well, could you, the federal relief, you said the CRF and the, whatever the
Yeah,
ESSER.
yeah, sure. CRF is the Coronavirus Relief Fund, and that went to every state. In Maine, I forget exactly how much we received as a state, but the Department of Education requested on behalf of the schools in our state $327 million to support the implementation of the health and safety guidelines that had to be addressed. Also, the cost of additional staff and ventilation and structural modifications and improvements that needed to be made in order to safely get in-person education ready to go. And we're really proud that we did that. We're really grateful to to the governor's office for having approved this as a priority for our state, because it put us ahead of most of the nation. Come September, we had much in place in order to have every district open to some extent for in-person learning, which was certainly not the case elsewhere in the nation. Additional to that, Representative, we received funding for childcare, a grant program where people could partner with local private organizations and develop childcare agreements. And that was heavily used. And ESSER. So that is elementary and secondary schools education relief fund. Somebody will correct me if I got that wrong. That came directly to schools across the nation. We got almost $44 million in June, I believe it was. We got that funding straight out to schools as quickly as possible, but we gave them this is where things have been very challenging in terms of receiving funds and accessing and using them strategically. We were also getting the CRF funding, which had a shelf life at the time of December 30th of this past New Year, the day before New Year's Eve. And the ESSER 1 fund, which I just was explaining, that 43 million, that has until, I believe, end of September of 2022. And so it's been challenging. I mean, it's great to have the resources, but it's always like thinking about how we're going to have to shift. And in some cases, when somebody was spending one fund and then realized that was a new fund that has a shorter shelf life, there are transfers to try to make sure that we are most efficiently as a state, on behalf of our state, accessing the funding that is most available, most appropriate for the purpose, and is expiring more quickly than, say, another program. That's a lot more than you asked. I'm sorry.
No, actually, this is wonderful. This is what I was hoping I would get, this truckload of information, and you've delivered nicely. I just have one, you mentioned the first ESSER was about 43 million. What is the second one?
That one, I believe, is around 183 million. So people, school districts are getting, and they have received word on what their allocations will be. And it's roughly 4 times what they received in the first round. And ESSER 2, as it's known, and that would be the elementary and secondary schools, I think, education, which would be redundant with schools relief fund. Emergency relief fund, that's what it is, sorry. That ESSER 2 has a shelf life of the end of September 2023. So properly strategized and layered, these funds should be able to assist districts in meeting needs that are above and beyond. These cannot supplant, I know what you're probably thinking, but these can't supplant traditionally budgeted items that would happen without an emergency context. These are over and above expenses and costs that are incurred by school districts as a direct result of the COVID-19 epidemic.
Thank you. I have Representative Roach, followed by Senator Woodson, and then Representative Salisbury. Representative Roach.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my questions. Sorry, I have the mask. I'm in school today. I'm actually in class. No kids right now, lunch break. But when you talk, just because I want to make sure I understand this, because I've gotten a lot of emails and calls overnight. the idea behind the substitution reimbursement and leave and all that, is that the $500,000 I'm hearing about that you want to put in that could go up to $200 per day for subs? Is that what you're saying you found? Or is that something totally different?
I think I'm not certain what $500,000 you're talking about. So yeah, you must be talking about something different.
Okay.
And I don't know what the $200 going up would be
Up?
either.
All right.
We received some emails and suggestions from, stakeholders and concerned different groups mentioning that, but I don't think it's not a proposal that was coming from the supplemental. but
It
definitely-
wasn't. All right.
Yeah,
Okay. Thank you.
it's definitely something we can bring up this afternoon. Any other follow-up questions, Representative Roach? Senator Woodson.
Good morning. Good morning, Penda. Going back to your, you said there was some money that the state could pay districts or reimburse districts for the substitutes. Are you looking at all districts or just the districts that did not pay?
We would certainly make this equitably available for all of the districts in the state if we were to do this. This plan is something that we discussed last night, having received a couple of calls regarding a situation where somebody may have actually been docked pay or not, or had to lose their accrued sick leave time. We haven't even really looked into that. It's just, this is hearsay, but as a result, we were looking at putting together some of our statewide federal relief funds to maybe reimburse for the regular substitute costs that would be above and beyond what a normal spring would hold for a school district.
Okay, and do you have any sense on how many districts did not pay their employees or didn't work out?
I had until yesterday midday, I had a sense that everybody was paying their employees and also not docking their leave time when they were exposed to a virus while at work and therefore had to quarantine. We thought nobody was doing that, was docking. And yesterday we heard that there might have been a couple of districts who had done so. And I don't know if that's true or not, but yeah. We did give, if it turns out that that is a thing, we will work with the with MSMA and we'll make this offer of, why not leave them whole, as it were, and allow us to reimburse the cost, the additional cost, which comes in the substitute realm.
Yeah. Now these schools that didn't pay and may get reimbursed, do you have record keeping abilities to find out in fact that they're using this money properly?
Yeah, we currently don't keep those records, but it would probably be a condition of receiving reimbursement that there were, the amount that was budgeted, like every year, districts budget for a certain number of substitute days, and we would look at what was budgeted compared to the giant overflow of more sub costs because, and we would just take whatever was above and beyond what was typically planned for, I think, and we could reimburse that way.
Yeah, and just one more follow-up. And this is for individuals who were exposed to COVID, not necessarily that they got it or anything, but they had to take time off because they were exposed, not because they're afraid of going in.
Right. I don't think afraid of going in would be a good reason. However, we're open to, I have a feeling that this committee has had some ideas around this. I'd love to know what your ideas are, and we'll be happy to work with you. This is an idea that we actually came up with yesterday, recognizing that it's possible that not everybody is keeping folks whole. Personally, I would say, it should be limited to if you were exposed at work, not if you were exposed at a barbecue outdoors or, at a dinner party or something. But if you were exposed at work and therefore had to quarantine, that just to me seems like that's a bright line place where that would clearly be where you wouldn't want to dock somebody. Also, I know that in the event that somebody contracts COVID at work, that would be another example. And I think that there are probably lots of ideas that you all are having, and this is something that we're open to and that we think we could support in general concepts. But I apologize, we don't have a full plan fleshed out on it yet. We didn't anticipate the need, frankly.
Yeah, well, I think it's a great idea, but I think you do have to look at the situation. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Woodford. I have Representative Salisbury and then Representative Millette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll defer to Representative Millette because I think she wants to talk more about this issue and I have a question about something else.
Absolutely. Representative Millette?
I did not know we had a psychic in our committee. Thank you, Representative Salisbury, and thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, you know, this came about when we heard testimony last week from Grace Levitt, I believe. So I do want to acknowledge that this issue was raised a while ago in public testimony from Maine Education Association before the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee and the Education Committee. And from my recollection, Ms. Levitt testified that there were some staff, she was clear that this was not across all districts or even a supermajority, but there were instances of staff who were on their second or third round of quarantining who were having to take unpaid leave. So I just want to reground ourselves in what has prompted these questions from committee members. Certainly, it caused great concern for me to hear that. Our educators who were going out there and trying to do their best for our kids in the middle of a pandemic were somehow ending up not getting paid for those efforts. Even if that's only happening in one or two districts, I think that's enough of a motivation to try to come up with a mechanism that will make sure that our educators and our staff, school staff are held whole. And I'm very appreciative, Commissioner Macon, that you concur in that and are willing to try to find a way to address the situation. I think there's a second variable in this equation that we probably need to also have a pretty robust discussion about, and that is lack of substitutes. So we say to districts, we'll pay for your substitutes for quarantining, but from my understanding, there have been a number of cases where a school has had to shut down just because there haven't been, fill in the blank, enough bus drivers or substitutes for the classrooms or whatever. And so I think this is also an aspect that if we're really determined, and I hope we all are, to make sure that we provide our school districts with the necessary resources to keep our children with in-person instruction as much as possible, then this is an issue we have to address as well. And I don't have necessarily the answer. One thought that popped into my mind is do we temporarily, kind of like a hazard pay for substitutes, do we temporarily increase how much substitutes get paid as an incentive for folks to come out of the safety of their homes and hop into that bus and drive our kiddos around? I'm sure there are repercussions, financial mostly, to that idea. But again, I think we're past the point of talking about how we really want our schools to stay open, and at the point now with this supplemental budget of, walking the talk. I do have another question around CRF-ESSER, but I'll hold off until others may have thoughts around this issue.
Just quickly related to the lack of staffing for substitute work, and also the need for, in many cases, additional staff above and beyond who would normally be working in the schools, because there's so much more supervision to do around ensuring that these things, the practices are happening consistently and safely. We've been working with the Maine Community College system, and I wish I had the number. This would be a great one if any of my team are on there that know the number, but there've been many people recruited by the Maine Community College system who have attended their boot camp style, everything you would need to know to be a substitute, or to begin work toward a paraprofessional certificate, to be able to be in a classroom while maybe almost like an avatar as a teacher would be home quarantining, but could make the connections and deal with the logistics. So there could be synchronous learning that moves on forward uninhibited. And so we know that that is little by little being accessed across the state. It's not ubiquitous, and we still need to do more to encourage people to, of course, be subs and eventual school employees. We hope this could be another inroad. So we're aware of it, and we're trying to address it.
Commissioner Macon, that partnership with the community colleges also worked on like school HVAC as well, correct?
I didn't hear you because unfortunately I had a texting. Sorry.
No worries. I was going to say that program also worked on preparing people for air filtration and HVAC systems as well, too, right? Wasn't it like a multifaceted partnership?
Oh yeah. Yep. Well, actually, the partnership was also they aspired to doing CDL bus driver trainings as well. CRF was mainly used, but we do know that both CTE programs, career and technology programs, education programs in high schools, and the community colleges all were instrumental in a variety of little projects to increase ventilation performance across the state.
Thank you. Sorry, as I clicked the wrong button. Representative Salisbury. And then Representative Millette, if you want to do your follow-up afterwards, and then Representative Sampson.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you, Commissioner Macon, for that information and for your work around all of this, recognizing the issue around the teacher pay. I know it can be really a little tricky to navigate for sure. I guess my question is about looking forward past today and past this year. I'd love to see it if, as the Department of Education and school districts can work together to formulate a plan or have a task force to plan for the future in a couple different ways. One, how do we make sure that our students and our staff, like the recovery period, as they get back into the classroom, hopefully in the fall, first of all, addressing the recovery period for students and staff alike. And then how do we look forward into the future in case this happens again? How are we going to, we did a pretty decent job turning on a dime and switching to hybrid learning and completely remote learning. I think given that something like this has never happened before, I think we did a pretty good job of it. There's definitely been some things that could be better, but given the situation, I'd like to see something like a plan. So what happens in a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, something like this happens again? The work has been done to say, okay, here's what we do. This is how we transition again. This is how we make sure that we don't have children that are completely disappearing off our radar. This is how we can truly help our students that need special education support. This is how we can support our ELL students. This is how we can make sure our teachers aren't completely burned out within the first week. All of those things that we've addressed that are concerns, that we can sort of talk about it and maybe debrief from what's happened and look forward. I'd love to see something along those lines, and supports for parents, like what what could we do differently to support parents that have had to navigate through this as well?
I think that's an excellent point, and we do have the infrastructure somewhat in place. We've been, believe it or not, we've been doing a little bit of future-focused work in addition to our emergency response, and we have a team representing all sectors within schools, and we also have on that team of education organization leaders. They reach out to their constituents, and it includes, special education and curriculum leaders and the MEA and the school boards and the superintendents and the principals association. And each of those organizations are reaching out to get information back and forth from us and to us, from the field, from communities and homes. We have family focus groups and stakeholders, especially in areas where there's tremendous concern around, the ability for certain students to make use of or benefit fully from the remote and hybrid plans that have been forced. This group right now, we as a small contingent, a representative, one or two from each organization, we're meeting every single week. And we're sort of in, I guess, I like thinking that we have a recovery phase ahead of us. First we were in emergency phase, we're in maintenance phase right now to just make sure that things are going well. But we do have plans this spring to start. What is our framework, which we developed a framework for reopening over the course of last summer, in implementing for the fall. And we have been discussing how are we going to, what will change. And one thing we've tried to do consistently is to recognize that yes, it's an emergency. We have to throw a lot of stuff out there to try to stop the avalanche or what, however, like we're in emergency response. But also, what can we leverage in this disruption to allow us to move forward and be better than we've ever been before, but also to address emergencies better. We, right, maybe a couple months before COVID hit the United States, we put our school safety center team together. It hadn't existed at the department. Before that, we reorganized, used some federal resources, and put together a school safety center. And they started with trainings that were heavily attended across the state for trauma-informed practices across all domains. But also they specialize in helping school districts to develop collaborative planning teams that represent an entire school community and bring those voices to the development of emergency preparedness and response plans, which all will, and actually all will include a pandemic section where all of these pieces, how do we support families better? Unfortunately, it took us hearing that educators and school leaders were just at the end of their ropes for us to say, oh my gosh, let's get this warm line put together for educators. And so we've had innovative responses to what we see, or parents are struggling at home. Okay, let's have daily or multiple times a week mindfulness classes for parents to do with their children at home, or let's put our social emotional learning curriculum K through 12 online with no barriers to access. So we've been developing and keeping a future focus in the fray, and I look forward joyfully to declaring we are now in our recovery period, and we're gonna never make any mistakes that have been made, which I think we have done a very good job. But anything we would do better, we're keeping careful notes on, and we are discussing it in real time every week with all of the key players across the state.
That's wonderful. I'm happy to hear that. And finally, just one other quick thing that probably going forward, you'll hear me talk about a lot on pandemic related, but I think that the pandemic has shown us that we have a lot of hungry children in our schools, and I'd love to see us start having more conversations about supports that we can give to school districts to make sure that I'd love to see every school district offer breakfast and lunch to all their students at no cost. So I'd love to see ways that we can support that as a state, as a country. And so I'll just keep putting that plug in anytime I have the opportunity. But thank you so much for answering the question.
Well, thank you so much. And I do hope you will keep that front and center. We could not agree more. And in the spring and throughout the summer and now this year, we have, I guess, we've exploited every possible federal waiver to make sure that districts have what they need to make it available to all children for free: breakfast, lunch, snack, healthy snacks, and in a variety of forms, not just meal by meal, but they could box up the ingredients and get those to the families ahead of time. So we've had to prove that we can do this. We are doing it right now with significant federal resources that may not be there for the long haul, or maybe they will. Maybe people will say, we are never again going to go back to a day where a child doesn't get to eat in the middle of the day for lack of funding on their lunch account. I would aspire to never, ever have that happen again.
Thank you. And absolutely agreed. I just want to take a quick second. Representative Lyman was just able to join us, so I'd like to give her an opportunity to introduce herself.
Hi, I'm Sheila Lyman, District 74J, Livermore Falls, part of Livermore. I apologize. I got the wrong memo, I guess. So I'm here.
We're excited to have you.
Thank
And
you.
then, Rebecca, Representative Millette, did you have a follow-up question? I didn't call you senator, so.
I'll answer to hey you. I don't care.
Perfect.
Yeah, so I want to thank the department for providing some data on the CRF funds on ESSER 1 and ESSER 2. I beg your indulgence. Could we possibly get it in a table form or some sort of spreadsheet form? I'm really struggling to see the overall picture. And so, kind of what I'm thinking is how much from CRF was allocated directly to the school units, how much was allocated to the department, where there were any. I believe at one point I remember hearing the governor's office even had some emergency education funds in the initial round. And so, what were those amounts? How much were obligated? And then the same thing for ESSER 1 and ESSER 2, because it's for those of us on the outside, it's very hard to keep track of. So if I could ask for your support of that, I'd be most grateful. Thank you.
We can absolutely do that. And if there's anything you wanted to discuss today, we're prepared to discuss, but certainly our team can put together a full spreadsheet style
Thanks.
accounting.
Just to be clear, there was no Machiavellian motive behind asking for this. It's just, hopefully your staff knows I'm somebody who really likes to dig into numbers and have a very clear understanding of our funding sources and how things are being expended. It just helps me feel like as a legislator, I have a clear view of what's happening in support of our educators and our students in schools. Thanks.
Yes, and if it would be helpful for me to go over some of it now, or you all can access, there's a link on your Q&A doc. I think it's a small link, but if you click that, it will take you to a table. It may not be broken out in all of the ways that you're asking, and I can provide, some broad strokes information here if that's helpful.
If you don't mind, Madam Chair, just a response.
Yes, absolutely.
Seeing how our districts have allocated their individual ESSER funds is informative, but I don't even have a good grasp of what went to the department, what went to our schools, what was within the governor's purview. So the macro level is where I'm particularly struggling. Thanks.
I'm thinking Representative Sampson, if you want to ask your question, and then maybe Commissioner Megan, we can circle back to go over the spreadsheet and sort of dig down in more detail. But before we jump over there, I just want to make sure we cover all of the questions. Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to to piggyback, I have a question, but what Representative Millette just said, very, very helpful. Yes, a macro big picture of where'd the money come from? I mean, with the amount, where it's all gone, so we can really get a better, sink our teeth into it a little bit better. So thank you for asking that question, Rebecca, Representative. So my question though, in the discussion that we were talking about with the employees that got exposed and where they got exposed and all this, there must be, if this is the criteria, there must be a way of proving where someone has been exposed to a virus. Do you have a criteria? And if so, I'd be very interested in seeing that. I'm not thinking that you have that right off the top of your head. I understand that. If I could have access to that information, I would very much like to see that information.
Yes, that would be the purview of the epidemiology team. They do something called case investigation, where they examine the micro interactions of a person who is positive with COVID over a period of time when they would likely have been exposed, and they're able to kind of narrow it down. I don't know that they have a guarantee litmus test where poof, oh, it was this one person in this one event. I don't know if that's actually a thing, Representative. But I'll see if they can give us maybe the abridged version of how an epidemiologist does the work of case investigation.
I would be very interested in that, because therein lies a lot of questions, and the burden of proof should be very palpable and not something that's sort of vague. There should be no vagary here. So I'd like to see that. Thank you.
There's definitely a contact tracing threshold and best practices that's used, because this is something that, this is not just schools that are going through this. This is, communities, businesses as well. So, they're having to, when they find out that someone's positive, it's almost like forensic accounting of figuring out where that contact happened. So, it's not an exact science, but it is a pretty, streamlined process of figuring out where that contact happened. So I think, especially when we're talking about schools, it should be clear if they came into contact with a positive person within the school work environment. But we can try to get you a little bit more information on that. And Ms. Reisler, I don't know if that's something we could reach out on as well. Do I have any other questions?
I just want to point out that there are tables and narratives explaining all of the federal funding and where the categories are of expenditures, and where it's at in its, how much has been spent, how much more has just been committed but is, on deck to be spent. So you have the information. I understand that Representative Millette would like it in a table, all together in one table form, and we have it divided out per topic. So just feel free, if you'd like me to expound on it, I'm happy to do so now, but we're also glad to get you a succinct spreadsheet.
Thank you. We have Representative Dodge and then Representative Roach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for being here this morning and your willingness to help us to try to better understand this, well, hugeness. Congratulations. Thank you all. Wow. My first question has to do with the aspirations program, the 2.5 entry in the budget. I wondered if you could explain a bit about that. And may I just ask my other questions and then we can take them or not? Is that okay?
Of course.
Thank you. The second one was in reference to Representative Salisbury about the nutrition. I thought I had read somewhere that we were going to be able to move a step closer to better funding our nutrition programs. Yet I just found notes that said there was a reduction in school finance and operations on free and reduced nutrition to the tune of $50,000. And then I have a huge question mark, 1,654,796. And that may be my bad as far as my note taking. And the third question is about the time limits on the spending of the money that has been set aside to allow the development of childcare for educational staff. And do the time limits align in such a way that those programs that are in process and are trying to be arranged can happen before the money runs out? We have a specific situation of shortage of childcare here in Belfast, and they're working on it, but space and staffing and all of that, and I'm worried that they won't get the benefit of the money that's been set aside. Thank you.
All right. You're testing my memory, but I think aspirations programming, the 2.5 million addition and the supplemental was the first question. And then I might need help after that. But with respect to aspirations, this is an early college program that allows Maine high school kids to access courses in the community college and the University of Maine systems. It's got a high rate of success in terms of courses that we buy. So the Department of Education has included in our budget funding to pay the university and the community college system for offering and teaching these and for applying the credits to transcripts that at the end of high school, these kids walk out in some cases with several already paid for, no cost to the child or family or young person, young adult who's heading into college. They have a transcript with real credits on there. It's important for long-term success in post-secondary education for a couple of reasons. One is the enormous cost savings this creates for students who do stay in Maine and continue with their education in our Maine higher eds, because they're not going to have to pay for all of those credits that they've already acquired. The other relates, in my opinion, to the lots of data that show that if once a student has a certain number, I can't tell you what that number is, but a certain number of credits under their belt and already earned on their transcript, they are far more, exponentially more likely to persist through to attain a degree. And that's a big goal of education in our state. Why it's in the education budget, it's essentially because it's serving secondary school students who are in our pre-K through 12 system. The kids in high school are, during their high school time, taking these courses. Some are online, some are actually in person. I don't know how often that's happening during the pandemic, but some are actually in person at a campus or a satellite location. And some are kind of facilitated and taught by an actual high school employee who's working with a university instructor or professor. And students are able to access these courses, the credits, the investment in their future. Why did we need $2.5 million more is another question. And here's in my short tenure, my very first budget, which was maybe a week after my my eventual hearing of being confirmed into this role, we were asked to, I think, double the Department of Education's commitment to what at the time might have been, I'm kind of thinking it was about 2 million, because way more students than that were accessing the program. And we were paying for it through, I'm guessing, through unexpended fund balance. At the end of the year, we were able to cover those costs, but they weren't properly reflected in the budget. So we did double it. And in spite of having doubled only recently, we realized that even then, more students are accessing this opportunity than we have funding for in our budget. And I think that there was an especially large onslaught of that in the summer and fall so that there was very little left for students who were planning to take spring courses, and it would have been a huge disappointment for those kids and their families, and of course for the institutions of higher learning who were ready to serve these students. And therefore we made that request, recognizing this is one type of program that directly benefits students and across the state.
I'm totally with you, but my concern was, I believe that had been zeroed out in one of the budget documents I looked at, and I worry. So I hope that that's going to be.
Oh, right. This was a one-time increase, and we believe it was related to the COVID pandemic because some students were having less time in their actual high school classes, and that was the theory, was that this is why they were taking having so many more available. Rather than increasing right now, we can look at this, if there happens to be a supplemental or another, going forward. What we really want to do is, now that this is becoming a very significant investment and we believe it's a very successful program, we are not 100% certain how equitably accessed it is. And so we want to look at geography. We want to look at access for disadvantaged children and families and those with disabilities. And is this because if we're going to invest such a significant amount in an ongoing way, we really need to know how equitable and how accessible this is for all students.
And I understand that, but I wouldn't want to lose this wonderful bridge that makes things easier for kids.
Oh.
And so, thank you. That's great.
We still have our funding in there for the biennial budget. So it is there. We didn't zero it out. The one-time funding increase, we didn't perpetuate that over time, but we may, have to explore that down the line if things continue at this rate.
Thank you. I had Representative Brennan followed by Representative Crockett. I think we're trying to find the unmute. It's not a proper Zoom meeting unless we have a few unmute issues.
I was going to say, I'll defer to Representative Crockett and you can come back to me.
Representative Crockett, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. My question, I went on to the questions that you guys had forwarded to us, and then I went to the Maine COVID-19 vaccination page, and it lists, obviously, the phases that folks are going to be lined up for vaccination. I was curious what phase teachers fall under.
So the current plan, and we've had a couple, as you know, and these are subject to change. The plan for vaccination is subject to change because thus far we have not had any predictable or consistent communication or flow of vaccinations from the federal government to our state. We believe that is about to change, and we do believe that the feds will come forward with a nationwide vaccination plan that will likely inform or in some way change Maine's current plan. The current plan would have everybody who is likely, we're prioritizing not based on the most important types of jobs, we are prioritizing based on who is likely to die if they contract this illness. And that is hands down people who are 70 and older. So right now we're in that phase. We also have healthcare workers and congregate living setting folks are also at high risk. And then the next tier, as you probably know, is the 65 to 69-year-old age range, which is another high risk group of individuals who are also very likely to experience significant complications or death should they contract COVID. And then there is the cohort of individuals who have one or more of the elevated risk factors. And I don't have the list in my head, nor do I know how that's going to be implemented, but they are going to be next. And then I think we'll be looking at I believe it's called the essential workers category, which is, in the queue for 1B, which would include, based on the national CDC, that would include education. I wouldn't be surprised if that moves higher up over the next, based on, who knows what's going to happen at the federal level, but if I were to try to predict, which is a foolish thing as I'm saying it, I realize how foolish that is in the age of COVID. My money would be on this will be more highly prioritized as we hear about the plans at the federal level.
Well, that is great information, because when you look at the webpage, it gives timelines for each phase. And phase 1B, which hopefully teachers will get elevated to, takes place from February through April. I mean, obviously, if the teachers aren't in that phase, it's really going to have no impact on this school year, unfortunately.
I should also mention, this is so the purview of my colleagues at DHHS. I would certainly not expect them to be making decisions about, school schedules and the way child nutrition is going to be input, or, curriculum matters. And so I'm not, it isn't my decision realm. However, we do meet every day. They know how eagerly and enthusiastically we advocate for all education staff to be prioritized. That said, what I've heard, I know what it says on that website, but I just want to make sure people have reasonable expectations. I've heard Dr. Shaw say, I've heard CDC people say, given the number of 65 and older residents here in Maine, and given the large number of people with those health conditions, I've heard it's more likely to be May or June. I know that's a horrifying, that's if we don't see any difference in the trickle of flow in vaccines coming to our state. Should that change, and we have reason to be hopeful that it will, but this is a projection based on if nothing changes and we keep getting this much when we want this much, it could very well be May or June before we get through those very high risk groups. And so we all just have to work really hard to stay safe and realize that help it's on the horizon. And we have a lot of elderly and people with health conditions here in our state, and we're prioritizing life, and those most deadly possible consequences.
Well, I think your outlook is very realistic, and fingers are crossed that from all of us, it gets here as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Crockett, and thank you, Commissioner. Representative Brennan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioner, thank you for coming back and meeting with us today and answer the questions. One comment I want to make beforehand is that universally and across the board, all the stakeholders that have come before us to talk about the various issues that they're concerned about have mentioned the fact that you have been very collaborative, that you have been open to meeting with people, and that you and your staff have done a really good job of reaching out to talk to stakeholders and people that are affected by COVID-19 and by various issues of facing the education community. So I just want to thank you and recognize you and your staff for that. We don't hear that all the time from people in regards to commissioners being available and responsive. So thank you for doing that.
Thanks for the kind words. And just know, this is all my team. The team is amazing. I'm so proud of them.
Good. So I just want to work through a couple of things to make sure I have correct assumptions. But some of the testimony we heard, people said they still had problems getting access to COVID-19 testing, access to PPE, and then there was continued concern about ventilation and air quality. And I'm assuming that districts that have, quote, leftover money from the CARES Act, and then the new infusion of 183 million from the stimulus money, that school districts should have sufficient resources and/or resources to address those issues. Is that a correct assumption?
I think it's hard to make such a sweeping statement given the diverse geographic and socioeconomic layout. That said, PPE, we were able to provide that for every district and also for the for all publicly funded students in schools that aren't our public schools, and we made that very available, and I believe we even included delivery to the door of that sort of thing. So I think we've really saturated now going forward. Should they need more, and if they're saying they need more, they must. Also, ventilation systems. Yes, we've been working with school districts since last, midsummer on plans and providing, yes, the CRF, and there still remains CRF, and we know that there have been many projects completed with respect to ventilation. I even have some numbers that somebody highlighted here for me if you're interested. We thus far have seen, oh no, I can't find my highlights. Well, there've been a lot of, what happened here? So sorry, I don't have it right off the tip of my tongue, but I'm going to say something like $179 million. And if I'm incorrect, please Elaine or Chelsea jump on and say that's not the right one. But in my memory, I had it highlighted in yellow and green to share with you at the ready. And a lot of,
Commissioner, it's 118 million.
118 million. Okay, thus far from the CRF has been invested in systems upgrades or new ventilation systems or other methods for providing clean, fresh air exchange. And so we know that many projects are underway and many are still on deck, and funds have been committed for that. And let's see here. If there's anything I can share. We collaborated DOE team with the Maine Center for Disease Control and the environmental and community health arm of that branch. And we hosted a virtual presentation called Controlling Indoor Air Quality to Reduce COVID-19 Transmission and Guidance for Building Managers, etc. And the recorded presentation is archived and available. I think you might have a link, and if you don't, we can send you a link to that. So we're providing guidance, information, technical support, and as much funding as we possibly can to get folks through it. Oh yeah, 118 million thus far have been utilized. You're right, there it is. And then there's been another couple of $1 million expended from, I believe, the ESSER 1 funds for a similar. And it's been a front and center concern all along, and
well, thank you.
Working on it.
And my second question, which you address in a memo that you sent, and thank you for sending that and answering some of the questions, but kind of across the board, we heard about the importance of assessment and trying to understand where students currently are academically and the importance of having some assessment process in terms of then planning for learning loss or learning engagement going forward. And from the memo you sent, you're engaging with a national firm that's going to assist DOE and local districts in terms of assessment. And how quickly, Commissioner, is that intended to roll out?
It's our hope that by the end of February, people will be able to access a universal assessment in literacy and math that we would be using across the state, which makes it different from the many assessment instruments that are used every single day in classrooms and in schools. And so we know that educators are attending to where students are so that they can move them forward. This will give us the ability to look as a state, how can we make broader approaches to ensuring that we accelerate and support students who have struggled to keep up during this time. And so I'm hoping by the end of February that'll be available. It's an assessment that can be implemented even remotely, which was key for us. And it also provides very quick turnaround on data that can be used by educators in real time versus waiting until the very end of the year and getting results in the following school year when it's far too late. It's more like an autopsy in that sense. So we're eager to get that started, and just waiting for those bureaucratic processes that churn behind the scenes to complete. And we think it'll be any day.
Okay. And lastly, the last round of, I call it stimulus money as opposed to ESSER money, but the money that was just recently passed by the federal government as part of the stimulus package, that 183 million that is coming to the state of Maine. First, how quickly are school districts going to receive that? And secondly, if they haven't already received it, and secondly, a significant portion of that money is to be used for assessment, learning loss strategies, and COVID-19 related educational activities. Is that correct?
Yes. Yep. It can cover all of the above for sure. Districts received last week their allocation amounts, and as of right now, the applications are live for every school district to be applying. Our team is always ready at the end of a phone, text, or email to support the development of plans. We're meeting with, as I mentioned before, that cross-cutting stakeholder group, the leaders of the different education organizations, strongly recommending that they pull together their teams to make sure that there aren't any sectors or concerns or ideas that are unheard, so that people make a collaborative approach to planning their applications. And once the applications are submitted and approved, and that's on a rolling basis, and we take great pride in how quickly our team has been able to turn this stuff around throughout, since like early spring when we were first getting some federal resources. As soon as they're approved, they can begin to spend and be reimbursed for those funds.
Commissioner, those funds are distributed or allocated to districts based on Title I formula, and that is written into the federal stimulus legislation, correct?
Yes, absolutely. So we don't have any say over the percentages or allocations. It's locked in.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Millette?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Commissioner, as you know, HVAC has been the top of one of my concern for quite a while, and have enjoyed my journey down the road of air quality and meeting new folks in EPMA and indoor air quality council and all of that. And so I'm encouraged to see that that amount of money has been invested. When I look at the spreadsheet that the department has made available on the website, it doesn't break down which districts have invested their CRF funds and any ESSER funds into HVAC improvements. Be really great if we can get our arms wrapped around how extensively this work is going on across our state, because as you know, HVAC changes can either involve small tweaks or much larger investments. And so if, one or two districts could easily make up most of this amount of money, which I'm hoping is not the case. I'm hoping that it actually is more widespread, but it would be really great if the committee could get a better sense of who's actually working on this. So that would be great. I just wanted to follow up on those micro credentials that Eastern Maine Community College, along with partnership with EPMA, have developed. So I put in the chat box the link for my colleagues, but for those who are listening, this is really great. It's designed for anybody, including us here on the committee. It's online. So if you want to learn more about indoor air quality practices and HVAC systems, because who doesn't? It's something that's very accessible. So I really hope our educators, our staff members, our superintendents and principals will all access this, because while the pandemic has certainly raised this issue up, air quality in our schools has been a thorn in our sides for a while, and I'm really hoping that we can turn this around for the long term. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any responses or any further questions? Starting to see a little bit of Zoom fatigue kicking into people's faces. Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner Macon, I just want to follow up on the comments that Representative Crockett made about the vaccination. And I appreciate the link and the comments and everything else. And we've had a lot of comments in our caucus about priorities in terms of who should be vaccinated and what order. And I'm sure you've been a strong advocate for that, but is there anything that we can do as a committee or individual legislators to enhance the case for vaccinating school personnel in an orderly and timely way?
Well, that's a good question. If I knew the answer, I'd be doing it, because I've really, I've been, I'll let you know what we have done, because we know that we can't put forward a plan, because it is not our plan to make. We can make entreaties and, please consider. But what we did was we have encouraged all school districts, because you don't know when the opportunity will come to your school or your district. We think it's all going to go in this orderly fashion, and when the final 65-year-old or the last person with a heart condition receives their shot, then it will be everybody has equitable access who's working in a school, right? That would be my plan, but I can't say that that will happen. What we do know is this: the doses of vaccines have a certain shelf life that's pretty volatile, and they have to be kept at a certain temperature. We know that hospitals, healthcare organizations, and pharmacies have acquired an amount of doses and schedule people to come and receive the doses, and in many cases have had a number of people on any given day of implementation have either changed their mind, or they registered in 5 places and chose the closest one, or they overestimated the number of people in their organization who would want to receive or would be able to receive the vaccine. And so they end up unexpectedly with some leftover doses. And in some cases here in Maine, they have reached out to the nearby school and said, hey, nearby school, do you have anybody who could, it has happened. It has happened to the, I guess, chagrin of many of the superintendents who are being accused by their staff members of not having been proactive. I heard that the school down the road got, or even within a district, a superintendent doesn't even know what happened, and maybe a nurse who works part-time at the healthcare was reached out to, and there was this time-sensitive, quick opportunity to, get maybe one elementary school all over there really quickly at the end of some vaccination push. And it's created a sense of confusion, but do we want to stop that from happening? No, because any person who gets a shot in the arm makes every one of us safer as a state. And if they're school people, all the better, in my opinion. So there are real logistical things that are well out of anyone's control that could create at any moment the opportunity. So we asked districts to go through building by building and identify which staff members we didn't want to say at the state level, this job is highest risk, for example, because the same job titles often are doing very different things in different districts. So have the actual building leaders and schools go through and decide, for staff members who have to, throughout their day, have physical contact with a student, those would be prioritized. Somebody who also has to be in extremely close proximity with their student or students for a variety of reasons based on different disabilities and work categories. They would be, in my opinion, prioritized. And then after that, it might be staff members who are subjected to the most number of the cross-contamination of multiple buildings, like a bus driver who's picking up everybody all over town. So we put together some recommendations for districts to look at and to maybe tweak based on their own. We just gave some basic guidelines. We should have that list ready. And then of those people, find out who of them are willing to receive the vaccination or are physically it's advisable for them to receive it. Then you already know who would jump on the chance and who you would prioritize in the event that the opportunity, whether it's in May or June at the end of a long trickle of vaccine influx, and in accordance with our current plan, if it happens in May or June, you're still going to want to have that list and be ready to deploy it. And if it happens just by chance that the nearby pharmacy got a whole bunch, which that's going to happen. I don't know if you heard that on the national news. Pharmacies, they're going to bypass states and it's going to go right into the pharmacies. So that could be who knows what that will do in terms of being a game changer. But I guess our advice to schools thus far has been, please be as ready as you possibly could. Imagine that the opportunity could happen tomorrow. What would you want in place to make sure that it's swiftly, equitably, efficiently provided to your teams? And that's unfortunately, it's a very powerless place for us to be when people are saying, hey, DOE, what's your plan? We don't have the reins of any of this other than we can control what we can control. And that's what we've advised.
Obviously, I don't need to remind you, but President Biden has made keeping schools and reopening schools a top priority. And as Representative Crockett pointed out, if vaccinations don't appear until May or June, that kind of runs counter purpose. That it's very difficult to keep schools open and functional, and at the same time not have timely vaccinations. So that's just a comment that I know you don't have an answer to that, but I think all of us will remain vigilant and speak to whoever we can within the administration here in the state of Maine to make sure that teachers and school personnel are recognized as a top priority.
Thank you. And I just echo what Representative Brennan said, that, obviously we're all partners in trying to make sure that our schools are, our top priority after those at the highest health risk. With that, Representative Millette and then Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel like we're spending a lot of time talking about a subject we have so little control over, because really this is an issue of supply issue, right? If we had had a robust public health system in place well ahead of this pandemic, I don't see that we would have been put into this, what feels like the Hunger Games. And I think everyone here knows that I think extremely highly of our educators and our staff who are in our schools. But, I hear also about childcare providers. They're not on any list either. One would argue, and there has been many people arguing how critical they are to our families and our economic well-being. There are parents of children with disabilities who don't live in congregate homes but are responsible for their care and are visited by home community providers. So I'm all for advocating for our educators, but I get uncomfortable. I have to be very frank here and saying that one group is more important than another group. We shouldn't be in this position. And I'm also uncomfortable. I would love to see these recommendations that have been shared with our districts as to how to allocate this vaccine, because I can imagine how this could tear at the fabric of that community, where people would have to start advocating one group of professionals is more important than another group of professionals in getting these vaccines. I continually struggle with this local control system that we continue to revert to at some point. And there have been instances where our chief executive has exerted leadership in saying, here's the system we're going to use, so that we don't have districts fighting with each other to access vaccines, and then within the districts, employees fighting for those vaccines that have been allocated to those districts. I mean, this is a national public health emergency. This is a statewide public health emergency. I am very uncomfortable saying to our local districts, you figure it out, and what the consequences could be of that. But I'm just one person, and this is my one chance to stand up on my little soapbox and share it. Commissioner, I do not expect an answer. This was more me just a chance of expressing some of my concerns. My heart is with you and your staff as you start to deal with this, but my one request is please, please, please do all you can to have a well thought out rollout of vaccinations for our educators so we can minimize this infighting among our wonderful professionals, so nobody feels less important than anyone else.
I know you don't expect an answer, but I would like to just point out that we are in full agreement that nobody in Maine is more essential than anybody else. No human is more essential than anybody else. No worker. We need all of us. And we don't want, some kind of Hunger Games situation. That said, when we weigh out whether a broad strokes for the state plan that we would create at the department would be helpful or harmful, we find that there is no, because, and this is a pre-existing thing, because in districts, different job titles serve very different roles, even school to school within one district, let alone for us to say anybody with, this title or who. So we're just saying if they do this type of work, you might consider. It is our hope that we don't continue to exist under this trickle of supply. And at which point in time, open those floodgates, and everybody in our state who is each individual as essential as another. And I know the governor has said as much as what she does not want to prioritize based on job functions and make one cohort or cadre of people any more essential than any other group of people. And it's our hope that if we just focus on who's going to be at risk of death and who's going to be at risk of getting extremely sick, take care of them first. Hopefully by the time we get through that, we can all just, it'll be, something that people could do like we do a flu shot at our, primary care physician's office, or, just go into the local supermarket. And we are hopeful that we're going to see a much bigger flow coming. But I just want you to know, I agree that the idea of prioritizing who's more important, who's more essential, but when you start to say who's more at risk is where I can live with that level of prioritization.
Thank you. And I think, as both you and Representative Millett said, and Representative Brennan, we are all suffering from a supply and demand issue that really sort of is reckoning with what our priorities are. So I know this is something that's not only coming before this committee and a concern, it's on the top of everyone's mind. So I also want to thank, the department for everything you're doing, as well as, if any members of the CDC are listening, like, we understand this is a hard lift, but, we're all working together and really hope we can find this, because I know this is a number. I just, well, in this meeting, I got 3 more emails from teachers within our district hoping that they'd be included. So I think it's the top of everyone's mind. And yeah, Senator Woodson.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner, you mentioned the assessments hopefully are going to be available towards the end of February, March. Pending on the results, has the department, will they consider possibly summer school for those kids who have fallen behind?
We won't be using those results to make big decisions, as it'll be a pilot. It's really for the use within a school. However, we already have plans to be offering schools the opportunity to receive funding to offer summer programs. That comes through reallocated funding through Title I. Actually, there are these opportunities every year, but we also know that this is not like any other year, and we hope to increase the available funding so that through our state side of the statewide ESSER funds, if we can apply some toward a pool of money for districts to be able to offer, whether it's a summer academy or a extended school year program, or something that happens on weekends or afternoons, or whatever innovative approaches districts feel would meet the needs of their communities and the schedules and families within them, in order to make sure that students get what they need.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Woodson. Representative Millett.
Sorry, Madam Chair, sorry, committee members, but that was really exciting information, Commissioner, that you just shared. Would love to learn more at some point about this, these ideas that the department has around making funds available to support summer academics. I kind of like to use that because summer school has such a negative connotation for some people, just saying, it's for some. So, but yeah, that's really great, and would love to learn more.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you again, Commissioner, for all this great information. I just would like to circle back to my other 2 questions, please. Just some sort of idea, either now or in the future, about our work going forward around student nutrition. Again, there seems to be some cuts in the budget in those categories, which is concerning to me. And again, echoing Representative Salisbury's note. And also the time limits on the child care agreements, the funding for that, to make sure that the funding will still be available as those child care programs are rolling out. Thank you.
Sure, sorry, I totally forgot about those other questions. I knew I would. So let's start with nutrition. Yes, in the curtailment for 21, this current year, you'll notice there's a $50,000 reduction from the child nutrition line. I definitely expected to be asked about this, and probably should have been more descriptive, but that $50,000 was part of a larger amount that was budgeted to contract with a provider that would do online free and reduced lunch applications statewide. And the contract came in at less money. And so we were able to, that was the reason for that. So it wasn't taking funding from food or children or schools or anything like that. We have no intention of cutting there. We do have every intention of working with the federal government to encourage them to continue the way we have been for at least a while. And then maybe at some point, it just will, to me, it'll feel pretty archaic to go back to the other direction. I know that we've had great partnerships with Full Plates, Full Potential, and we have a non-lapsing fund, a little bit of which has been used this year, but there's more to be used going forward for such things as a breakfast cart that can carry nutritional breakfast services around to classrooms so that students don't have to go to the cafeteria before class starts and be inhibited by bus schedules and stigma, etc. So we're interested in all kinds of innovative approaches to this, and we have not left any stone unturned, and we're gonna stay on it because no child should ever be hungry in our schools. And then the child care agreements. So we had those this is one of those confounding situations from, we were most grateful that the federal government gave CRF funding to the states in this most recent past administration, and that we were most grateful that the state of Maine decided we'll invest some of that in education. And we were grateful to have the opportunity to offer this grant program for schools who wanted to do childcare partnerships within that grant. The unfortunate thing is when all of that was put together, it was with a drop dead deadline of midnight on the 30th of December. Not our choice, certainly not the choice of our governor and our DAFS commissioner. This was a built into the original law from the Department of Treasury, who made the funding available and then had the power to take it away. Therefore, those programs were, for the most part, set up to cover expenses until that time. And then the time lapsed, but just before it did, as you probably know, they extended the deadline until the end of the following year. So what we decided to do is, with our final reallocation of CRF 1 and 2, which is those are two other funding streams through CRF that we provided to schools, we did allow for ongoing or additional childcare costs and expenses to be built into that funding, which now has the shelf life all the way through the end of New Year's Eve 21 going into 22. So there, in some cases, but not universally, there is some money. So those who maybe hadn't spent it all or were able to redesign certain programs once they realized they had the longer period of time to use the funding. But it just, we were shaking the tree, we were begging, we were writing to our congressional delegation all the way through to say, please extend this deadline. It only got extended like a couple days before the deadline, and therefore it was too late for us to have a plan for that.
Okay.
So that's what, if you're hearing that it stopped, that's the reason why. But I do believe that there are other federal funds available, and hopefully coming soon. It sounds like that will certainly be prioritizing childcare. It is a need across the board, and we do recognize that.
Thank you.
That was it, right? That was it. Yeah.
Thanks.
Do you have any other questions from the committee? Not seeing. Going once, going twice, not to use the same thing every day as the auction closing. Okay, not seeing any further questions. Just as a reminder, I know this has been a lot of information. We had some really great points picked up, things to talk about further. I echo the excitement about the summer academic, although right now, summer school sounds kind of exciting to me, but summer academic programs, as well as any other information. And also, just as a reminder, please check in your email, there is a wonderful, thorough, very detailed response from the DOE that got sent out this morning. So definitely go through that. I think that concludes everything. Commissioner, do you have anything else you'd like to add before we, break for lunch?
No, just thank you all for what you're doing. And I know this is still part of a really intense orientation period. So, we would say we have open doors, but COVID, but we definitely have this Zoom capability, and our team is just amazing, and they are a wealth of information. And I didn't have a chance to bring anybody in to answer some of these with me. I apologize to the team who hung tight, ready to support, but they are the experts and they're dedicated beyond words. So don't hesitate to reach out.
Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone on the team who took time to be with us this morning. So looking forward to the work in the future. With that, I think that concludes our work for the morning. Just a reminder, we'll be coming back at 1 p.m. to begin discussions on the supplemental budget. It will be the same Zoom link, so you can either log off and reuse the Zoom link, or you can just turn off your video and your mute. But just make sure if you do leave it running, please make sure it's muted. Other than that, anything else? Hillary, Mike, anything before we break?
No. No.
I think everyone should do some jumping jacks. And I had to turn off my camera real quick to go heat up some more coffee. So I also recommend that as well. That's your homework for your lunch break.
Senator, it's your intention that we would go into caucus now?
Yes. So Democrats, we will be caucusing right after this. So you should have that separate link in your email. Other than that, everyone enjoy your lunch. Rebecca's begging for 10 minutes. We'll start now and then go from there. But anyways, we'll see you back at 1. Thank you, everybody.
How's your knee?
It's coming. It's coming. Quite a bit to it. A lot of bruising way up, you know, in the all the muscles around. But I'm very pleased.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Now I've got all these other body parts I'm going to have to. How'd it go this morning, Tim?
Good. Yeah, it was informative. So I got a lot of good info. So
good. Excellent. Yeah, if I had the bandwidth, I got thinking about it. I could have put the Ed Committee up on the YouTube. You know, not join the Zoom, but put the YouTube channel on and kind of followed along, and then just mute it. And but I don't know if I have bandwidth.
I turn off my video a lot of times just because it seems like I get interference a lot if I leave the video going, and so I'm better off with sound only. Yeah. You know, especially on days like today where I'm in the school, because there's so much going on remotely. I seem to really get some interference. But
yes. Well, that was the first time that I've. Usually, when we're in live, we'd be, of course, sitting in a committee room, and if I had to go to another committee, the clerk would text me or call on my cell, and just prior to when you're going to be up, and you'd excuse yourself, you know, and out the door you go, down the hall, you do your thing and come right back. But in this case, I was in the waiting room, if you will, of a Zoom meeting this morning, and then I had to testify on 2 bills, and it chewed up the entire morning. But,
I'll be a little in and out this afternoon only because we're in the middle of, believe it or not, even through all this, we have NEASC this coming.
Oh boy, yeah.
So I'm involved in it, and so I'm going to be in and out to NEASC meetings too, because it's just, you would think that during this time we wouldn't have had that, but whatever.
You know, yeah. I don't envy you.
Well, it's interesting. I'm sure you never, well, nobody's ever dealt with this. It's all done by Zoom. So you know, even the visitation is by Zoom. So it's really going to be, next week's going to be crazy. It starts Sunday. Well, hopefully not Sunday because it is Super Bowl Sunday. I try to remind people. But we start Monday and it's going to be, you know, it's different. That's than probably what you ever dealt with as a superintendent or anything.
Oh, right. Oh,
but nobody's ever dealt with this, so it's all new. But
yeah,
all through Zoom. They don't even come here. So
really amazing. Yeah.
But it makes it hard because if you're being observed in a class, you get the Zoom going, you get this, and we have some kids on Zoom anyway. Most classes have, you know, we're live for 90-something% of our kids, but there is a small percentage.
Yeah.
So you're used to remote, but then bringing in other, you know, to be observed while you're remote, it becomes a whole other issue. But
sure. Yeah, it has been an enormous burden on every person that's in education, from the very top down to the very bottom.
Yeah.
All the way up through there. Everybody's role has changed, and you know, it's presented the greatest opportunity for us to trim out some things that have been added on over the years. Mm-hmm. And I'm still cynical that we'll have the ability to do that.
It has been, you don't realize, I don't think people that aren't in education, I don't mean this to sound like I'm complaining. There's no, I love what I do. So it's not complaining, but every day it's trying when you walk in, you know what I mean? Like I'm probably me less than a lot of teachers because I have a little lesson, but because you just never know, like, you know, all of a sudden this kid's remote now, and now you're shifting gears, or this one, you know, you're changing, and the way the school is set up where you basically, you know, if we, you know, like for instance, you could see, you know, I have a plexiglass in front of me, you know, the students all have plexiglass, you know, it's a different world, right?
Yeah.
You know, hopefully.
Yeah.
So every day is like a new, and it's good because we're here. That's what I like. You know what I mean? I want to be here. And so, we're lucky compared to some, but it just, everybody, like you said, top to bottom is going through a lot of.
Oh,
stuff.
absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Again, Maine is a different animal in a very, very good way. When I go on the national news and see folks that haven't been in school buildings for a year, it just blows my mind.
Yeah, I sometimes I feel like I live in a bubble because like when I hear something like, oh, this they don't want to go back, and why aren't you back? Open up the school, and I'm like, I look around and I'm like, well, we are, but I understand that other parts of it's a different world. Where Maine is, at least. So
one of the things that's been real tough for me is oftentimes national union type things. Folks will want to apply those to small schools in Maine,
right?
And I just go, wait a minute, that isn't how it works at our school. Come on in and talk to people.
Right. I get very defensive. It's funny you say that because I get very defensive about that because I'm always like, that's not going on here. That you're hearing that, but that's a national. That's not us. I get some reason I get very. I'm like, no, that isn't right. But I get seeing it, so they assume it's everywhere. But
right. Yeah, like you never teach physics. Whoa, wait, or civics. Yeah. Excuse me, we do teach civics. And, oh dear.
Yeah. I sit in on. I've spoken a couple of times to our AP government class, and gotta tell you, it's fascinating to see what they learn. My son, I think I told he was a Senate page for Susan Collins, but when he was a junior in high school here, and spent the whole junior year down there in Washington, and he took that AP Gov, and he's like, "That is, if I didn't take that and then go down there, and it's unreal." Listening, kids can learn when they want to.
Yes,
some really good stuff and high quality stuff.
You're darn right. What an opportunity he had, huh?
Oh, the stories one. I could tell it. I know we're technically live, but I could tell it because I think people would get a kick out of it anyway. But the two people probably watching. But the day of the State of Union, it was President Obama was the president at the time, and he was in the Collins. And it's a very strict program. It's almost military strict. Like you're up at 5 a.m. You go to class from 5 to 7. Then you're down Then he's in the Capitol building the rest of the day. It's a day of the State of Union. The two stories he loves to tell is he was told they looked at his hair and they said his hair was too long. He wasn't going unless he went and got a haircut. So he's like, it's 11 o'clock in the morning. Where am I going to? They said, try the Senate barbershop because they have no barbershop. So they said, Sean, if you could come down in the next hour and a half, get down here. We'll give you a quick, haircut so you can go. And he's like, okay. But he gets down there. He's waiting in the chair, and in walks John McCain. And McCain goes, what time's your appointment? He looks at, and he knew Sean. They had, dealt with each other. And Sean goes, 1 o'clock. He goes, not anymore. He goes, I need a so Sean's like, I had to sit there while Senator McCain got his haircut. But then he said the night of, this is more, gives you an idea that the night of the State of the Union, it's very nerve wracking, and you're in the, as a kid, and I'm probably not for the Senate, but you're in the Senate chamber waiting for the vice president to come over and bring you over to the House chamber.
Uh-huh.
So the vice president at the time was President Biden, and Sean says he's standing there, and all of a sudden, he says decorum is so key. That's why, in the Capitol on the Senate floor, it's like he said you don't understand how strict they are. But he said he ran. All of a sudden, he got hit from behind, and he was in a headlock, and they fell down the ground. And he thought it was one of his friends, so he went to elbow him, like to tell him to knock it off, because he knew they were going to be thrown out, like they were in big trouble. Oh no, it was Vice President Biden, and he's giving him a noogie on top of his head. And he's like, "What are you doing?"
Oh my Lord! What a story!
He said, "Thank God I didn't elbow him. I probably would have got nailed by the Secret Service."
Oh my goodness, that is a great story.
He said he knows that Vice President Biden didn't mean to fall. They both fell because they weren't expecting it, so it was not good. But he said it was a riot.
I would think so. Boys will be boys.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm gonna run in the other room.
Yeah, I'm gonna run, do my duty and come back for the 1 o'clock. So nice talking to you, Rep.
Hey, Representative Stearns and Senator Woodson, if you check your email, there's a link. Mike and I just wanted to check in with you before we kick into everything. And the other caucus ran a little bit late, so we were going to let members get a little bit to eat. So we'll kick in at like 1:15. So for those who are waiting, if you want to get up and have another stretch break or another cup of coffee, now is your perfect time. But yeah, let me know, Paul and Dave.
Thank you.
And I'll see you over on the other link. It's like a weird version of Alice in Wonderland, right?
Very good. I'll see you there.
Thank you. I just texted Paul for the breakout room. I'm trying to get a hold of Senator Woodson. It's the only one.
Okay, and I can only assign people once they're all on the Zoom. So as soon as those other two get on here, I'll assign you, and it should only take a few seconds.
So Representative Roach, yesterday I met with a number of your colleagues on the Sports Advisory Health Committee.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, to talk about concussions.
Oh,
So
how'd that go?
I went well. It went well. I have a bill next week. We're hearing about concussions, and so they were generally supportive. It's just always a question of the details and logistics. So we'll hopefully see them next week on Monday.
Awesome.
Yeah. Representative Stearns, good to see you.
Good to see you, sir.
Yeah. Did the Labor Committee treat you well?
Well, I got roughed up a little bit, but that's okay. No, they were doing the same things that we're doing regarding hearing testimony and so forth. This was their first day, and they did very well.
Good. Well, I feel badly for Senator Rafferty and others that their first kind of exposure to the legislature is a Zoom process.
It is so much more different for a first-year person with no baseline from which to reference.
Right.
One thing I would share, I didn't think of it this morning, but another time I would try to put the Ed Committee on the YouTube channel so I could follow along. And then, because I was in the waiting room, if you will, for labor,
Yep.
the labor waiting room for quite a while. And as long as I had the appropriate bandwidth, that would have worked fine. I could have at least kept up with the conversation. And I didn't think to do that. But.
Okay. So Maddie, what's happening here?
I think we're ready. If you guys could just click Representative Brennan, Representative Stearns, and Senator Woodson, if you could just click the join button, that should be popping up on your screen real quick. And then folks, thanks for your patience. We'll probably be starting like 1:15.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Feel like I've been missing in action here, so happy to see you folks again. Representative Roach, he must be at school again.
Hi, folks. Just 1 minute warning. Everyone grab your water and then we'll kick in.
The senator is just getting some water, and as soon as she gets that, we'll get ready to start. And Senator Rafferty, it's good to see you.
Thank you. I'm happy to be back. It's been a,
Well, it's always one of the privileges of being a senator is that you get to serve on 2 committees, and one of those 2 you never show up.
well, it seems like the meeting times are all the same, so. But we
Well,
finished our hearing, in my mind, ahead of schedule, so here I am.
Well, I had the opportunity one time to serve. I chaired the Health and Human Services Committee and served on the Education Committee at the same time.
A lot of work, a lot of running around.
And unlike when we're all in person, you can't run back and forth in the halls, or in Representative
Right.
Brent's case, get lost somewhere in the halls and between the committees.
Right.
Well, at least you could get some steps in. I feel like I'm become part of this chair in my house. I don't know, it's molding the right around me.
You gotta do the standing desk like Representative Millette and I keep doing. You'll see us both raising and lowering as the session goes on.
Yeah.
I do think we have pretty much everyone, making sure there's no one trapped in the waiting room. Quick question, Sam, before we jump in. There is a phone number in the waiting room, if we can just confirm the identity of who that is. And just for seeing, we got that. Okay, so gaveling us in. Welcome back to the afternoon session of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. We have our work session on the supplemental budget. For those who are in the waiting room, I'll just say you're there. If the committee has a question, we've invited folks to be able to be present to answer should we have any questions or need further information. And with that, Ms. Rissler, if you'd like to get it started, and just a reminder that these materials were emailed back out to us by Hillary. So if you check your inboxes, you should have them, and definitely let us know if you're missing anything. And we'll go from there.
Absolutely. Thank you, Senator. So before I start digging into the supplemental budget, I just wanted to give a quick overview, especially for members of the committee who either haven't done this before or just haven't done this in this particular committee before. The Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee obviously is the committee that has the budget in front of them, but they ask that the policy committees review the parts of the budget that fall under their jurisdiction. And part of that is what you're working on here today, and part of that will be reporting back to AFA using the report back template that we are going to be going through. I'm going to be sharing my screen as we go through that, but the chairs have asked to take votes by way of show of hands. So as I go through each line, I'll share my screen, stop sharing so that the committee can have a discussion and vote, and then I'll share my screen as we move on to the next initiative. In addition to the report back template, the Education Committee usually also includes a memo to the AFA committee, and the memo is used to highlight particular areas where, for example, the committee might want to make amendments, might want to add something, might want to make clear that they don't want something in the budget, or that sort of thing. So as we go through, I'll be taking notes of those particular areas to include in the memo. Each vote of the budget does require a motion. The motions are typically to either move an initiative into the budget, to move an initiative into the budget with an amendment, or to move it out of the budget. I think doing this over Zoom is going to be a little bit more difficult than we're used to. But when these votes happen, what I will ask is to confirm if some members are moving it in and some members, I'm usually going to just make sure that your vote is for out. If for some reason that's not true and you actually, the minority is to move it in with an amendment or something, please make sure to let me know so that I can be clear on that in the memo. We are meeting this Friday for additional presentations, and so prior to that meeting, I'll try to send out a draft memo in the report back document so you can review it. And that way, if there's any changes, if there's any questions, if there's any clarifications, or I missed anything, you'll have a chance to let me know before this document goes back out to the AFA committee. Your chairs had requested that, as Senator Daughtry said, that anyone who had any portions of the budget or who testified at the budget who are present to be present for questions for you. And we have a number of people present. I did not see anyone from the cultural affairs portions of the budget joining us yet. And so I did just reach out to Sam to see if he could reach out to the Maine Arts Commission and the Maine State Library and the Maine State Museum to see if they are available for questions today. So if there's any portion of the budget that someone isn't here to answer a question, we can always just try to reach out to them and make sure they get here. Before I start sharing my screen and going through the report back template, any questions?
I just want to add in for folks when we're making the motions, you know, definitely make sure you're unmuted. They'll be, you know, as Hillary said, a little bit different than when we're in the horseshoe. So if you need clarification at any time, make sure you just interrupt us and we'll get through this. So, and with that, I think we're ready to jump in.
All right. We're going to be going through the report back template. We're going to start on page 1 and just go through. I think that'll probably be easiest. So let me share my screen.
Could I just ask a quick question?
Absolutely.
When we're raising our hand, is that going to be with a little, you know, yellow hand, or are we raising our hand?
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please, let's all go on video and when there's a vote and do a physical hand raise, because the issue that some committees have been finding is that on the YouTube channel, the little yellow hand is not visible. And also some committees have been having the hand timeout. So why, you know, we're trying to record the vote, there's been some difficulties. But we also understand that people might be finishing lunch, so we'll go from there.
Thank you.
All right, so the first item on the supplemental budget is the Maine Arts Commission, and they have 3 initiatives. Senator Daughtry, do you want me to go through all 3 initiatives at once and then open for discussion, or do you want me to do one at a time?
We have to report each back one at a time, correct?
Yes.
So you want it. Let's go through all 3 and then take the individual 3 votes.
Okay. So the first initiative is to reduces funding by reducing grants provided to community projects. This initiative relates to the curtailments ordered in Financial Order 001152F1. That is a financial order that will come up repeatedly, and so I probably will not read the number every time, but that's the one I'm referring to. It says reference number 67. This is a reduction from the general fund of $43,203. And the justification provided for this initiative is that there's no adverse impact is anticipated by the organization. Impact will be felt by grant recipients. The second initiative reduces funding by managing positions within available resources. This initiative relates to curtailments ordered in that same financial order and is reference number 68, and it is a reduction in the general fund of $20,928. And the justification for this is that there's limited impact due to this initiative. The third initiative reduces funding to reflect projected actual expenses for travel. This initiative relates to the curtailments ordered in that same financial order under reference number 69. And for the justification, they do not expect any adverse impact given the practice of virtually connecting during the COVID-19 pandemic, so that there is less travel. And that is initiative is a reduction in general fund of 11,559.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Representative Millette?
would you like a motion?
Yes, please.
I move that we move in initiative number 67.
Do I have a second?
I would second that motion. Thank you.
We have a second by Representative Dodge. Is there any discussion on the motion before us or any clarifying questions? I'd say for new members, the line item votes are actually straw votes, which we'll get into when we have, our first work sessions, that there's different type of votes. But if you have any questions about moving in or moving out, please let us know.
And if you need me to share my screen again at any time as to these initiatives, just let me know. I'm happy to do so.
Seeing no further discussion, going once, going twice. All those in favor of the motion to move in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is unanimous of those present and voting. And let us know, is Hillary, is that too fast or is that fine for hands?
I think for the ones that are unanimous, that's fine. If the ones that are not unanimous, I'll probably ask you to hold it up for an extra moment so I can make sure I record that accurately.
Perfect, thank you.
Right. Madam Chair,
Representative Millette?
I move in initiative number 68.
I second that.
It has been seconded by Representative Sampson. Do you have any discussion on the motion in front of us? Seeing none, all those in favor? It is unanimous of those present and voting.
Okay. Madam Chair, are you ready for the next one?
Let's fire ahead.
Okay. I move in initiative number 69.
Second it.
Seconded by Representative Sampson. Any discussion on the motion before us? Seeing none, all those in favor? It is unanimous of those present and voting. Apologies, I am following along with the report out on my cell phone, so you'll see me scrolling up and down.
All right, the next up is the Maine Community College System. Can you see my screen? Yes. Okay. So this is, as I said, the Maine Community College System. This initiative reduces funding by managing operating expenditures within available resources. This initiative relates to the curtailments ordered in that same financial order under reference number 529. This reduction to the general fund is $745,850. And the Maine Community College System's reduction in funding will require existing operating expenses held to be in line with available state resources.
Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Representative Millette?
I move in reference initiative number 529.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Representative Sampson. Do you have any discussion on the motion before us? Seeing none, all those in favor? It is unanimous of those present and voting.
So now we are going to move into the Department of Education. And again, do you want me to, I think we'll probably do these individually, if that makes sense. Okay. All right, so we'll be starting with the adult education within the Department of Education. The first initiative reduces funding to reflect projected actual expenditures for training. This initiative relates to the curtailments in the financial order under reference number 175. This is a reduction of $19,100. And the justification reads that the fall and spring directors and new directors trainings are being held virtually rather than in person, thus reducing the cost of training.
Madam Chair,
Representative Millet,
I move in initiative number 175.
do you have a second? Seconded by Representative Sampson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in, Representative Roach, did you have a question? All those in favor of the motion before us? It is unanimous of those present and voting.
The second initiative, also in adult education, reduces funding to reflect projected actual expenditures for the annual college transition conference. This is a reduction of $2,000. And the justification reads that the annual Maine College Transition Conference will be held in a virtual format rather than in person, thus reducing the cost of the conference.
Madam Chair,
Representative Millet,
I move initiative number 176 in.
I second that.
seconded by Representative Sampson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? It is unanimous of those present and voting. On to reference 177.
So the next, this is the last one in the adult education. This initiative reduces funding to reflect projected actual expenditures for travel due to the curtailment order in the financial order. Reference number 177. This is a reduction of $1,000. And as earlier you heard, department has been monitoring programs virtually, thus reducing travel costs.
Madam Chair,
Representative Millet,
I move in initiative number 177.
I will second that.
seconded by Representative Sampson. Do we have any discussion? Representative, okay. Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion before us? It is unanimous of those present and voting.
All right. We are now moving on to general purpose aid for local schools, also referred to as GPA. The first initiative provides one-time funding for post-secondary course payments in the Aspirations program. This is reference number 172. This one-time funding is for $2.5 million. There is a corresponding portion in the Part C language, which we can talk to when we get to Part C, but the vote would be for both.
Would anyone like to see the Part C language before we vote on it, or? Seeing no need for that clarification, do I have a motion?
Senator Daughtry.
Representative Millet.
I move in initiative number 172.
I would second that, please.
Seconded by Representative Dodge. Do I have any discussion on the motion before us? Representative Stearns.
Yes, I would just like to comment that I'm going to be voting no on this for two primary reasons. One, it seems counterintuitive to me to be adding a very large monetary amount when at the same time we're curtailing to save funds. And the second piece would be my lack of understanding of the incoming $183 million and how that might be used. So I'm hoping that the memo can reflect, from my perspective anyway, and perhaps others that follow along. I don't want to speak for them, but the memo would reflect that it is not the idea behind the program or the value of the program, but merely the timing, if you will.
Thank you, Representative Stearns. And I would just add that I think the interesting thing we're seeing in this budget and a lot of the curtailments, it's because things are moving virtually. And that's the exact reason that this proposal is going forward, is the needed increase in funding to move more students on virtually. With that, Representative Millet has her hand up, followed by Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's my understanding that our higher education institutions, the Maine Community College System and the University of Maine system have been absorbing most of these costs. And in my view, the fact that they have suffered two rather significant curtailments for their general operating budget, that it's important for us to help sustain this online program that has been so instrumental in keeping many of our students engaged. And I might add, now viewing themselves as potential higher education students, which has been the power of this particular program. So I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Representative Millette. Representative Sampson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will not be supporting this measure as it is written. I'm a firm believer in this, but I also know we're in very uncertain times. And I agree with Representative Stearns, but I also would like to mention that maybe 2.5 million is unrealistic. It's really the appropriators that are going to be looking at the final decision, and they have to look at the big picture. So I'd like to give them the flexibility to be able to pull that back as needed, and send them a signal that they should be able to work with this.
Thank you, Representative Sampson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion before us? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in favor. And keep your hands up so Hillary can definitely get everyone's hands. Hillary, is it helpful for me to read off people's names while I'm counting the hands?
Yes.
Okay, I'll start reading off. So once I've called your hand on the next time we have a vote, lower your hand once I've said your name. And then we have, okay, hands down. All those opposed to the motion. We have Representative Sampson, Representative Lyman, and Representative Stearns.
And I correct that those in opposition to the motion would be voting this out. And I have heard the comments from Representative Stearns and Representative Sampson regarding adding something in the memo to that effect. All right, moving on. All right, so the next initiative is in higher education and educator support services. This initiative reduces funding to reflect projected actual expenditures for travel. Initiative relates to the curtailments ordered in the financial order, and this is reference number 189. This is a reduction of $14,263. And the justification reads that department staff had attended national meetings virtually rather than in person, thus reducing travel costs.
Madam Chair,
Representative Millette.
I move in initiative 189.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Representative Sampson. Do you have any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? It is unanimous of those present and voting.
All right, the next initiative is the leadership team. This initiative reduces funding to reflect projected actual expenditures for travel. This initiative relates to curtailments ordered in the financial order. Reference number 179. It's a reduction in 10,000. And the justification again reads that meetings and training are being done virtually rather than in person, thus reducing travel costs.
Madam Chair,
Representative Millette.
I move in initiative number 179.
Do I have a second?
I will second that.
Seconded by Representative Sampson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? It is unanimous of those present and voting.
The next initiative is also within the leadership team. This initiative reduces funding to reflect projected actual expenditures for office supplies, and again relates to the curtailment order. This is reference number 180. This is a reduction of 5,000, and the justification reads that actual costs for office supplies has been less than budget historically. The department is reducing this funding to bring in line with actual expenditures.
Madam Chair,
Representative Millet,
I move in initiative number 180.
do I have a second?
I second that.
Seconded by Representative Sampson. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion? It is unanimous of those present and voting. So this is your workout for the day, you know, getting the hands going.
All right, so now we're moving on to the learning systems team within the Department of Education. This initiative reduces funding by managing operational expenditures within available resources, and again relates to the curtailment ordered in the financial order. This is reference number 185. This is a reduction of 245,145. And the justification reads that the department has reduced its participation in state collaborative on assessment and student standards memberships to manage expenses within available resources.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Representative Millet,
I move in initiative 185.
I will second that.
seconded by Representative Sampson. Do I have any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? It is unanimous of those present and voting.
The next initiative is also within the learning systems team. This initiative reduces funding to reflect projected operating expenditures and relates to the curtailments in the financial order. This is reference number 184. This is a reduction of 437,196. And the justification reads that the department's contractor Cognia, a nonprofit organization focused on improving educational opportunities for all learners, issued the department a refund for services that were not provided due to COVID-19. So this reduction will have no impact.
Madam Chair,
Representative Millet,
I move in initiative number 184.
I second that.
seconded by Representative Sampson. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? It is unanimous of those present and voting.
And this is the last initiative within the learning systems team. This initiative reduces funding to reflect projected actual expenditures for travel, reference number 187. This is a reduction of 40,000. And again, the justification reads that attendance at meetings, conferences, and provisions of professional learning are being held virtually rather than in person, thus reducing travel costs.
Madam Chair,
Representative Millet,
I move in item 187 or initiative 187.
I second that.
seconded by Representative Sampson. Do I have any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? It is unanimous of those present and voting.
All right, we are moving on to the Maine Commission for Community Service. This initiative reduces funding by managing advertising expenditures within available resources. This is reference number 192. This is a reduction of 6,500. And the justification reads that the department has reduced the amount of advertising done to recruit volunteers to bring expenses in line with available resources.
Madam Chair,
Representative Millet,
I move in initiative 192.
I will second that.
seconded by Representative Sampson. Do I see any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? It is unanimous of those present and voting. Bet you didn't realize you're getting elected to raise your hand a lot. Just kidding.
Just wait until the biennial.
I know, right?
So next we have the Maine HIV Prevention Education Program. This initiative reduces funding by managing training expenditures within available resources, again relating to the curtailments ordered in the financial order. Reference number 194. This is a reduction of $15,000, and the justification reads that the department has reduced training offered to bring expenses in line with available resources.
Madam Chair,
Representative Millet,
make a motion to move in initiative 194.
I will second that.
seconded by Representative Sampson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? It is unanimous. No, sorry, you don't get two hands up. It is unanimous of all those present and voting.
And then last in the Department of Education is the School Finance and Operations. This initiative reduces funding to reflect projected actual expenditures for the online application software for free and reduced priced nutrition. And again, this initiative relates to curtailments ordered in the financial order. Reference number 182. This is a reduction of $50,000. And the justification is that the contract for fiscal year 2020-21 is less than originally anticipated, and these funds are no longer needed. And I believe you heard from the commissioner on this particular one this morning.
Madam Chair,
Representative Millet,
make a motion to move in initiative 182.
I will second that.
seconded by Representative Sampson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? It is unanimous of those present and voting.
All right, next up, we are moving on to the State Board of Education. And I do apologize, there's some construction going on behind me, and I apologize if you can hear it. It might be louder to me than it is for you, but if you need me to speak up, please just let me know.
No worries, I am in the exact same boat. So if anyone hears any bangs on my end, that's also going on.
All right, so this is for the State Board of Education. This initiative reduces funding to reflect projected operating expenditures and relates to the curtailments ordered in the financial order. This is reference number 169 and is a reduction of $18,327. The justification reads that the board has been holding routine programmatic meetings virtually rather than in person and has been conducting less on-site visits for assessments of educator preparation program.
Madam Chair,
Representative Millet,
make a motion to move in initiative 169.
I will second that.
seconded by Representative Sampson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? It is unanimous of those present and voting.
All right, now we are moving on to the Maine State Library. The first initiative reduces funding by freezing various positions. This initiative relates to the curtailments in the financial order. This is reference number 463. This is a reduction of $100,011. And this initiative, as I said, freezes 2 positions.
Madam Chair,
Representative Millet,
make a motion to move in initiative number 463.
I will second that.
seconded by Representative Sampson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? It is unanimous of those present and voting.
And the second initiative for the Maine State Library reduces funding to various all other categories to reflect expected expenses related to the curtailment order. Reference number 464. This is a reduction of $95,686. And this initiative recognizes a reduction in expenditures to the radio frequency identification project, reduction in expenditures for travel and conference registration fees, reduction in expenditures by eliminating all contracts with independent contractors, and reduction in expenditures on collections and materials.
Madam Chair,
Millet,
make a motion to move in initiative number 464.
Second that.
seconded by Representative Sampson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? It is unanimous of those present and voting.
All right, the next one will be for the Maine Maritime Academy. This initiative reduces funding by managing operating expenditures within available resources relating to the curtailments ordered in the financial order, reference number 474. This is a reduction of 92,141. And the justification reads that Maine Maritime Academy will manage current operating expenditures within available state revenue.
Madam Chair,
Representative Millette.
make a motion to move in initiative 474.
I will second that.
Seconded by Representative Sampson. Do I have any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? It is unanimous of those present and voting.
All right, next will be the Maine State Museum. And this initiative reduces funding by managing supplies expenses within available resources relating to the curtailment ordered in the financial order. Reference number 477. This is a reduction of 3,055. And this initiative reduces funding to reflect projected actual expenses for supplies.
Madam Chair,
Representative Millette.
make a motion to move in initiative 477.
I will second that.
Seconded by Representative Sampson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Representative Millette? Okay. Unanimous of those present and voting. Just making sure.
All right, and this will be the last initiative in the report back document. This is the initiative relating to the University of Maine system. This initiative reduces general and administrative expenditures across the University of Maine system relating to the curtailments ordered in the financial order. Reference number 543. The reduction is $2,248,990. And the justification reads that reduction in services and supplies across the University of Maine system restricts the ability to support campus and state needs.
Madam Chair,
Representative Millette.
I move in initiative, or I make a motion to move in initiative number 543.
I will second that.
Seconded by Representative Sampson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? It is unanimous of all those present and voting.
So the second part of the education budget is always the Part C language. So what I can do is I can share my screen, and we don't typically go through that line by line, but I'll probably just start with the portion regarding the aspirations program so that everybody knows where that vote was on both pieces. And then Senator Dr. Representative Brennan, let me know if there's anything in particular you want to focus on.
Sounds good.
I'm going to be showing you the marked up version that Rachel Tremblay, our OPR analyst, put together for us because I think it's just a little easier to read.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
What it actually does. And so I am looking right now on page 4. It's the targeted education funds. And you can see the highlighted portion regarding post-secondary course payments pursuant to Title 20A, Section 15689-A, subsection 11. And this is where it's going from that 4 million to the 6.5 million. That's the additional 2.5 million that was voted on in the initiative we read through earlier. The other question that I know was raised and I just wanted to touch on, and I think was answered during the public hearing, but there had been a question on 2 lines up regarding the education of institutional residents pursuant to Title 20A, Section 15689-A, subsection 2, which is $0. And that was something that was repealed back in the 128th legislature. And I think the department provided some additional information as to where that is now funded, but that's why that's 0.
Representative Millette.
Ms. Risler, if I'm correct, that would I think that is the Long Creek School, which was moved over to the Department of Corrections.
Yep. So on these, we don't have to take a vote on them per line, right? It's just going through.
So I think you would take a vote regarding the changes that have been made, with the caveat that because some members did not vote in that 2.5 million, that the additional changes over the overall totals would change for them, which obviously I don't have in front of you, but would be reflected by the lack of that 2.5 million.
So on this, I would be looking for a motion to be able to move that in, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Representative Millette.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to move in the language of Part C.
Do I have a second?
I would second that.
Seconded by Representative Dodge. Any discussion on the Part C language portion? Representative Stearns.
Just making sure procedurally that we had 3 members that on the other document voted this down. It makes great sense for us to stay with that on this.
Yes.
I thought so.
Representative Millette is shaking her head. If anyone is
Representative Millette is lobbying me over there in the corner. I can see.
I have to say one thing about the Zoom versus the horseshoes. We can all maintain a pretty firm eye contact. That being said, we do have a motion on the floor. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, we have Representative Millette, Senator Daughtry, Representative Dodge, Representative Roach, Senator Rafferty, Representative Salisbury, Representative Brennan, Senator Woodsum, Representative McCray, and Representative Crockett voting in favor of the motion. All those opposed? We have Representative Lyman, Representative Stearns, and Representative Sampson voting in opposition.
And my understanding of that minority vote would be in as amended, removing the 2.5 million for the aspirations program.
Correct.
Representative Millette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would this be an appropriate time to raise an issue that came up during the public hearing and our subsequent conversation with the Department of Education in terms of maybe additional language?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I think what we've all heard now, the growing issue around staff and educators being required to use personal sick time for quarantine as a result of their employment in our schools. So I would like to propose that in our report back to the Appropriation and Financial Affairs Committee, that we include requiring the Department of Education to utilize both state and federal funds to institute a program that will allow districts to opt into a statewide program, sorry, I'm repeating that, but program to pay for substitutes for school employees that have been quarantined due to their employment in the district or exposure in the district, have COVID as a result of their working in schools, COVID symptoms, and who are these districts. So in order to access this, the districts would not be charging the employees' use of personal sick time. Hope that made sense, Ms. Risler.
Representative Millette.
Sorry about that. Yes.
Good.
So that would be my motion, I guess.
That was my clarifying question.
Yes, I move everything I just said.
And I would second everything she just said. Thank you.
We have a second by Representative Dodge. We have discussion on the motion before us. Representative Brennan. And do you mean to have your hand up?
Yes.
No, Millette. I was making sure that she meant to have
Okay.
her. Oh, okay, we're good. So Representative Brennan.
Okay. Madam Chair, thank you. I just want to clarify that the amount of money for this program would be $500,000 and that it would be, as Representative Millette said, a mixture of federal and state money.
Representative Millette or Ms. Ressler?
Can I just ask a clarifying question? You said the 500,000 would be a mix of state and federal, so you don't mean to add a 500,000 state appropriation?
No. Well, I can't. I'm not offering an amendment to Representative Millette at this point. It would just be clarification. I would ask Representative Millette that it would be a $500,000 program that would be comprised of a mixture of federal and state money.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good start, Representative. I mean, I'm not clear on what that final number would be. I think it's important to signal to appropriations that there will be needed a state contribution. But, you know, because I'm not clear on how much federal funds are available, and they may assess the need higher, but I think that's a good start. And obviously we all know the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee will do with this what they will. So I accept that friendly amendment, Madam Chair.
As do I.
So noted. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm certainly empathetic with anyone who has been denied their opportunity to work for no particular reason. In other words, they're not ill, they're ready to report for duty that day, and someone somewhere has made a decision that they're not going to work, and then has docked them through the labor contract somehow, either monetarily or by loss of a sick day for a person that's not sick. However, I feel those are labor issues. I feel they're pretty well resolved over the years. They're pretty standard issues. Any school system that is telling a person, here's your contract to come work for us. Oh, by the way, you don't come today and we're going to count that against you in some way. I think that's a labor piece. As far as reimbursing the school systems for substitutes for this really unprecedented wave of having to have substitutes to come in due to people being quarantined, I think that's a fantastic use of monies. But again, I'm not sure it warrants a special $500,000 allocation in the supplemental with $182 million coming in. So almost for the same reasons as before, I'll be voting no, again, with the spirit of making sure that our teachers and school personnel are not unjustly penalized, making sure that that spirit is recognized. Lastly, this would seem to, for the school systems that are doing it the right way, that are not docking folks, this would seem to penalize them by allowing other school systems that really, in my opinion, weren't paying attention to the needs of the teacher or basic labor law by handing them dollars. And that might be my lack of understanding of how the actual program would take place.
Thank you, Representative Stearns. Senator Woodson, followed by Representative Roach, and then followed by Representative Millette.
Thank you. Could I have the motion read over again? Repeated.
Ms. Rissler, do you mind?
And I'm sure if I missed anything that Representative Millette can add it in for me. But this would be a motion to include in the report back memo to AFA requiring the Department of Education to utilize state and federal funds to institute a program for all the districts to opt in. And it would be a program for substitute teachers for school employees that have been quarantined or exposed or have COVID while contact within the district or are experiencing COVID symptoms. And then Representative Brennan's addition was the program would be a $500,000 program using a mix of state and federal funding.
Any further questions on that, Senator Woodson?
No.
Can I clarify, Senator? Sorry.
Representative Millett, please do.
But there was one little piece that needs to be included in that, and that is to access this program, the districts may not charge the staff the use of personal sick time. And so Representative Stearns, this would get at the fact that this wouldn't penalize anybody. Everybody would be able to opt in.
Thank you, Representative Millett. Representative Roach?
Yes, thank you. I guess mine's more clarification here, and I have some agreement with Representative Stearns, but I thought when I asked the question this morning, there was money already there. It was the answer. And then Ms. Macon said she didn't know anything about these districts except for one district. She could only cite one district this happened in. So, I mean, we've heard maybe there's other districts, but the fact that the Department of Ed only knows of one district that maybe this happened in and didn't learn of it till last night. Now we're throwing this money at something that I'm not sure needs to be there. I'm a teacher. I don't mind. I'm not a teacher. I'm an educator. I don't mind doing it, but at the same time, I'm not sure why we're doing it. If they're saying that they already have the money this morning in her answer, and that she didn't know of any of these things happen. Well, one thing, it was one, I guess, in her own testimony this morning.
Representative Roach, I would just add in, in my own conversations with Representative Brennan, with the commissioner, this is something that's just sort of been coming to the forefront. And I think Commissioner Macon was trying to describe creative ways that she was thinking to be able to put this forward that could build off of the initiative that Representative Millett had mentioned. And I think that's why both Representative Brennan and Representative Millett were trying to clarify that there are, some other funds coming, but it's definitely something that, we're just at the beginning of this. We're all hearing about the variants. I'm sure this is just going to keep growing in the, coming days and weeks and months as far as, the strain on our school districts. But I don't know if anyone else has anything to add on that. Representative Millett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, one of the realities to education in Maine, both in the EPS funding and also the release of federal funds, is that not all districts receive the same amount of money. Some districts have gotten a substantial or substantially helpful amount of money, and other districts have not, and have had really to prioritize how those funds get spent. And perhaps there are districts who chose to focus on other priorities, be it HVAC or testing or whatever, and don't have the available funds to put towards making sure employees are held harmless due to quarantining. And as you know, for me, this conversation earlier today about the rollout of the vaccine and the lack of supply indicates to me that there are going to be continuing months where our educators and staff are going to be possibly exposed and could be quarantined multiple times. And so while maybe right now there aren't a lot of, and I say a lot of instances, the chances are that this could grow. And I would much rather be proactive and make sure that all of our districts have equal access to a program that will make sure that none of our educators are going to go unpaid at a time when we can't find people to work in our schools.
Thank you, Representative Millett. I think Senator Rafferty was up next, followed by Representative Brennan and Senator Woodson. So Senator Rafferty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my apologies, I wasn't at this morning's workshop, but my understanding is that a school district has some COVID funds and they use them at their discretion, I believe, as Representative Millette just suggested. Is that piece of it true?
Representative Millette, do you have clarification on that?
Well, yes, certainly. I mean, there are some very strict guidelines on how those funds can be used, and they have to put an application into the Department of Education to show them how they're going to be using those funds. And I would just like to reiterate that while, one district may receive $50,000, another district may receive several $100,000. It's not uniform across all districts as to how much federal relief they are seeing.
So I just have kind of a follow-up, more of a statement, I guess. And so in my situation, I'm actually hired as a COVID sub. I go in, I'm a floating sub. I go in 2 days a week. I agree to go in and I'm paid through COVID funds is what I've been told. Now, if I go in and they need me, I go into a classroom. If they don't have a specific assignment for me, then I basically float around the building and kind of reinforce the so-called rules. But so my substitute salary being paid for by COVID funds, yet the teacher that I'm potentially stepping in to sit in their room and monitor their room, that teacher, if they don't have the sick time built up, then they potentially are at a loss of pay, which to me, I mean, I don't know how you get that message and if we're in a position to do so. That's unacceptable to me. And it is a labor issue, but I just think that as just looking at education and what this COVID has done to us, I find it appalling, to be honest with you. And I know school districts have allowed, I alluded this to one of the hearings, that school districts have allowed sick banks to be used, but that again is teachers donating days to help other teachers. And I don't want to encourage districts I don't want to reinforce this policy to districts by providing them with money to do it. And it's just, I don't know. I'm a little confused on it, but thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. Representative Brennan?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Roach, I appreciate the concerns you raised. I just want to add a little bit of context to it. It's really only been within the last 24 hours that the commissioner has indicated that there's federal money available. And this recommendation is a recommendation to the Appropriations Committee, and they will have ample time and opportunity to find out what mix of state money and federal money may go into this fund. And the other thing is, by putting a $500,000 quote limit on it or size on it, we're kind of capping the exposure of the state, and any money that's not used would lapse back into the general fund. So in that way, I think it's simultaneously addresses an issue and is financially prudent, because we would want to maximize as much as we could federal money, and we do limit the amount of money that would be available. And again, as I pointed out, if that 500,000 were not used for some reason, the money would lapse back into the general fund. So it's a fairly modest proposal to address a concern that we think is across the state. And even though Commissioner Macon said she knew of one instance of one school district, we've heard there are several more than that. And I think that the commissioner, as she's turned her attention to this, recognizes it's a little bit more of a problem than they had initially thought. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. I have heard this from teachers who live in my district. Not all are working in my district. I've actually heard this from, a couple of folks, and I think that's how first it came to my attention. But I think this is an evolving and moving situation, and I think we're just trying to, not to speak for Representative Millette and her motion, but I think we're trying to stay ahead of something and be proactive instead of reactive with this. And with that, Senator Woodson.
Yes. Are we on a timeline here? I mean, does this have to be brought up and presented to AFA now, or can that be recommended at a later date once we know more about the situation?
It's definitely something that can continue to be brought up. I think the reason, once again, not to speak for you, Representative Millett, and please feel free to add in here. I think it's like I said, of trying to get out ahead of this, because we all know how slow sometimes things can move in the State House, and just trying to sort of set a method to be able to ensure that we're set up for success for this. Representative Millett, I did see you raise your hand, so I do want to give you the opportunity to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was trying to find my electronic hand and it just got confounded.
Okay. Always do this if anyone's stuck and can't find the button or
It just looks so goofy on Zoom, but anyway. Yeah, here's the reality. We try to do this in a bill, it generates a fiscal note and it just sits there all session until very late spring, easily early summer. Meanwhile, this situation is occurring to some degree or another across the state. So I believe the supplemental budget is an appropriate vehicle to invest in supporting our school employees and making sure that they are held whole in this pandemic.
If I could follow up.
Absolutely.
I agree with the good representative, but I also hear what Representative Stearns and Roach and Rafferty are saying. But I also question, why just teachers? I mean, there's a lot more going on with education than just the teachers. I mean, what about the ed techs, the bus drivers, the custodians, like that? I mean, I just feel this needs a little more research and information on what is going to be happening and who's going to be covered.
Senator Woodson, I do believe, and Representative Millett, correct me if I'm wrong, that her motion would include everyone from ed techs to the bus drivers to the custodians.
My motion said school employees. Somehow maybe comments were about teachers, but my motion was comprehensive.
Yeah, and I know I said the word teachers, but I did hear it from an ed tech and teachers as well. But I think the goal would be, like you're saying, Senator Woodson, not to leave anyone out and be for anyone who's in the school environment and could be potentially impacted by this.
Thank you.
Of course. I'm not sure who had their hand up first next. So Representative Salisbury, we'll go with you. Representative McCray following that, and Senator Rafferty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to go back to Senator Rafferty's questions about the role that he's playing as a COVID sub. When the first money was allocated, had to be allocated referencing certain programs. So the schools that were going hybrid, the programs and their anticipated needs. I think what's the question's been raised is these are some of the additional unanticipated because of what we've heard about the lack of subs, and we've heard about the lack of staffing, which has created a bigger issue. And we have staff that by being exposed to COVID or getting COVID or those things, they have had to work at home or be at home because they're sick. And that's what this references. So that's outside of that original scope of that money that was applied for and planned for by the state. Now we're hearing about some issues where in some districts, they've been asked to use their sick bank if they have that, or not being paid. So it's sort of like outside of that original scope.
Thank you, Representative Salisbury. Representative McCray?
Yes, I've got a couple of aspects that I'd like to address. Number one, I think Representative Salisbury just mentioned that the people that this would apply to, the school employees that this would apply to, would be those that were directly in contact with a diagnosed case of COVID-19 in district while employed, or they had it themselves as a result of contact within the district. That's the first aspect. The other one, I think I heard this morning, that this would not just be applied to the, let's call it the bad acting districts, the ones that are not holding teachers, educators harmless, but it would be applied to all school districts across the state, regardless of how they are behaving right now, in an attempt to encourage even those that are not holding educators harmless to do so. Thank you.
Senator Rafferty, followed by Representative Stearns, Representative Brennan, and Representative Roach. And hopefully I'll remember that order when we get to the next bit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know what that feels like. I have to write them down and it still doesn't help.
I used to write them down, and I think I'm going to go back to writing them down. I thought the little hands would make it easier, but the order just keeps jumping around.
It does. In any case, thank you. And I, in the long run of this, I'm sure I will support the funding, but and that is being, a proponent and proactive behavior. But the other part of me is I wish there was a mechanism for us to be reactive for districts that treat their employees that way, because I just find that just so inappropriate, and it's just not in the spirit of what initially this whole COVID thing was. And I can remember going back in my campaigning, doing wellness checks, because we were encouraged to reach out and help our neighbors. And to have a school district actually send, I just got out of, my wife and I have been in quarantine because of her exposure. And because she was exposed, that meant I was going to be in quarantine, even though I didn't need to be, but that was her order. In any case, and she has the days, but had she not, that's totally out of her control, because a student chose to come to school having gone for testing, but not waiting for the results, and then go home and find out that they tested positive, but yet spent the day in school. That teacher, that's completely out of that teacher's control. And if that teacher was going home and then opens up their paycheck 2 weeks later and finds that they've been lost a day, I don't know. It's not right. But in any case, I'm sure I'll support the funds, but and I just can't help but react to the behavior. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, I think I said Representative Stearns is next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we agree much more than we disagree. But as you listen to the labor issues, I heard it mentioned. I was forced to work from home. Well, if you worked from home and didn't get paid, my goodness, call the Maine Labor Relations Board or call your union representative, because certainly an injustice has been made. If you are well and able to report to work and are told for some arbitrary reason, such as you may have been exposed to something somewhere, again, it's a labor issue. And lastly, and I won't belabor this much longer or anymore, but I would point out that with $183 million in federal funds, with a fairly long window to use those, $500,000 represents just a little over 1/4% of those funds. And I think our commissioner would have the ability to be able to pay for those substitute costs for districts, work something out across the board. So again, I think we're all much on the same page that we do not want our school personnel treated unfairly by something that way is beyond their control.
Thank you, Representative Stearns, and I've switched to writing things down. Up next, we have Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Stearns, in the very spirit of what you just said, is there some other language or some other approach to this that would be more palatable to you?
I see no need to put it into a supplementary budget, to be honest with you at this point.
Okay. So
somewhere down the road, if the commissioner needs a special bill to be passed by the Education Committee because
Okay.
we're in dire straits at the state level in order to take care of this. We certainly can take some action.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Representative Roach, followed by Representative Millet.
Yeah, I'm similar to Senator Rafferty is in some ways, and I agree with Representative Stearns because I think we're all close on this. That it's more about the idea behind it and how it works. And I do want to, the two parts of this that I struggle with a little bit in some of the language that we Ms. Macon used this morning and we're hearing here is that if the person contracted it through the school or at the school or through, you know, go ahead and prove that that content, you know, I mean, I struggle with that language. And when she said that if it happened at a barbecue, then that's a different story. I think was her exact words. Well, go ahead and try to prove where that, you know, and I know we all think there's this contract tracing going on. That's being done by the superintendents. And I know Representative Stern was one. I don't think he has a medical degree that I know of that could go and do this. This is not being done by the CDC anymore. When you have a case in your school, it's basically the school nurse and everybody else running around trying to figure out where these cohorts came from and stuff. So making those the proof of who and how you got it or contact is, I don't find that really an easy thing to do for anyone. I'm again going to go back to I just think this money, when we talk to 183 million, remember that's already kind of been told to schools what they're getting. I don't know if everybody, you know, because it's done through that. I'm going to mess up the name, Title I or Chapter 1 or whatever that is that's how it's going to be divvied out. So a school like, let's say York High School down in York School District is probably going to get about 250,000, while Bangor is going to get 6.7 million. You know, that's amazing. You know, the big difference. And I you know, I just think there's other ways to do this. I agree with Senator Woodson, maybe that if we could table it and talk about this a little bit more, because if our Department of Education is just hearing about this and it's only been 24 hours, I think talking about it a little bit more and figuring out how many districts are involved in this and how we can do it, it might be better. And then the same token now, you know, be honest with you, I might vote for it because I don't like to see it go away, but.
Press the wrong button. I just would like to add, Representative Roach, on the contact tracing. I think this would specifically only be applying sort of like what Senator Rafferty described, where, you know, his wife was exposed by a student and they specifically knew that there were the direct contacts within the school environment. But I do know we asked the Department of Education about how contact tracing was going after some of the orientation and presentations that we did receive, that said that, you know, yes, the superintendent or the principal is giving the list of contacts, but the DOE schools nurses, you know, that aspect is still doing the contact tracing. And just to remind folks, we do have members from the DOE in the waiting room. So if anyone wanted to ask them a question about that, we can invite them in to ask them for clarification. And with that, Representative Millet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are a number of points that I'd like to address. I'll start off with this whole, it's only been known for 24 hours. That is actually, I believe the commissioner misspoke. I think, you know, we all heard this information when the budget was presented last week, and we received testimony from the Maine Education Association. So this is not a 24-hour deal. It's been out there. And I agree, Representative Roche, you know, because it's being allocated through the use of Title I, there are a significant number of districts that don't receive any sort of significant amount of funding. And then there are other districts who receive quite a lot, which is one of the impetus for me making this motion, is wanting to make sure that no matter their situation with receiving federal funds through the Title I allocation, they can still get support in making sure that none of our school employees go without pay. I need to be very clear, and maybe that this needs to be worked into the language. This is not directed at those folks that, you know, if they're teaching remotely, they're not quarantined. There's no administrative requirement to then quarantine them because they haven't been exposed. They've been home. So that doesn't fall within the scope of this motion and of this program. This is about folks who are providing their services in person. And so while there may, and if a district can pivot quickly to a teacher teaching remotely, then they don't go unpaid. They continue to receive their pay because they're continuing to do their job. But there are some places that can't pivot quickly, and the teachers are just quarantined and they go home. You also have bus drivers. They cannot do their job remotely. And there's a whole other host of individuals who cannot pivot and do their job remotely. So again, I remind you, this motion is not just about educate, not just about teachers, it's about school staff. And I would say probably, yeah, so enough there. And I would just, labor issue. Well, there are a number of, and I'll wrap up on this. There are a number of topics where that we work in that cross over with other committees, Health and Human Services, labor, tax, you name it. But that doesn't mean we don't get to weigh in, especially when it impacts the quality of public education and what our children have access to. So I have no concerns about weighing in on an issue that is potentially significantly impacting the livelihoods of those folks that are going into our schools in the middle of a pandemic and trying to maintain some sort of sense of normality for our children and their families. So I, not surprisingly, will continue to support my own motion.
Be concerned if it was otherwise. I have Representative Lyman and then Representative Roach. Did you have your hand up? Okay, Representative Lyman.
Thank you. Bear with me. This is my first time at this, but I'm really feeling torn as a teacher my entire life. I think everybody here has agreed that these staff members should be paid and compensated, but also as a person in a new position representing constituents in a very challenging economical time, I just believe that there's a lot of other alternatives to maybe addressing this need. I've listened to testimony of districts that are managing to do what they need to do for staff. And so I have a lot of questions on why is it that others aren't? And so at this point, given the economical piece to it, that's why I would probably not be able to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Lyman. Do I have any other questions? Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make one quick point. I agree with Representative Millette that this issue was raised and when we had the public hearing on the bill and in previous advisory things. I just want to clarify, though, that I personally became aware that federal money might be available within the last 24 hours. So that's why I think the amendment reflects the fact that we want to work with the Appropriations Committee to find a balance between state and federal money. But the important thing at this particular point is that we raise this issue with the Appropriations Committee and have an avenue to continue to work with them on that issue. And that's why I agree with Representative Stearns, Representative Roach, and others that said we're basically all in agreement with this and don't believe it's fair that people should be penalized when they're in this circumstance. And we're trying to put together something fairly quickly that we can continue to build on and work with the Appropriations Committee. So I hope in that spirit, you might be willing to support it, recognizing the fact that we'll continue to look at ways to make this financially prudent, but also assist those school personnel that need the assistance that we're looking at this point.
Madam Speaker.
Hold on, sorry, I pressed the wrong button again. Senator Woodson.
Yeah, thank you. Some reason I've lost pictures and everything else here, but in some of the districts I represent, and some just outside, they have bus drivers and cleaning services that are contracted. They're not they're not employees. And I like the idea of this concept and doing this, but I just think we need to look at we need more information here to cover our bases and make sure people are not being slighted. So as it is, I will be voting against this, but I certainly would welcome to bring it up at a later date.
Representative Roach?
I apologize. I just got a text from my wife. There's a medical thing I have to go, emergency that I have to deal with. I'm not trying to get out of the vote. Honestly, it's an emergency that just came up, so I have to go.
Best of luck and best wishes to you and your family.
Thank
Fingers
you.
crossed.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Life happens. Okay, do I have any further questions? Seeing none, I'm definitely seeing the Zoom fatigue kick in. With no further discussion, we do have a motion on the floor, so I think it's time to call the vote. Does anyone need clarification since we've had a lengthy conversation on this, or does everyone feel like they're in a position that they can move forward with the vote?
I still don't have a picture here. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, we can see you now.
Oh, okay, great.
Are you on your iPad, Senator Woodson?
No, I'm on my phone.
So, do you have an iPhone?
Yes.
If you click the home button twice, you should see a bunch of windows pop up, and you should be able to swipe left to right to find the one that has the Zoom link. It should pop up.
Okay.
Did that work?
I can see you now.
Okay. No
Let's see
worries.
what.
Anytime you guys need that. If it's an Android, I'm not as much help. But I
Okay.
can probably figure it out by stealing Phil's Android stuff.
Okay, here I am.
Yay, welcome back. Any other points of clarification? Representative Sampson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're now, this is just talking, because we already voted on the 6.5 million. This is an additional 2.5. Is that correct? I guess in all the discussion on this, I'm not quite sure where or are we just talking about Representative Millet's motion?
Just Representative Millet's motion. So this would just be additional $500,000 that could come from federal sources, likely with the state match. And that I think that's correct, right, Representative Millet?
I don't know. I wrote down 2.5 million, which was just what I had put. Never mind.
No worries.
I'm with you.
We're all going through different. I've got it up on my iPhone. I've got it on my notepad. Okay. So it's said long motion that I won't go through unless anyone wants clarification, but it is for $500,000 of federal and potential state match money, not 2.5 million. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of the motion on the floor. And remember, please keep your hand up until I'm done reading your name. Representative Brennan, Senator Daughtry, Representative Millet, Senator Rafferty, Representative McCray, Representative Dodge, Representative Salisbury, Representative Crockett. All those opposed? Representative Stearns, Representative Lyman, Representative Sampson, and Senator Woodson. The motion carries. And I'm not going to do the math real quick on what those numbers were unless Hillary wants to yell them out.
No, that's fine. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
We lost your audio there for a second.
It was 8 in favor and 4 opposed, with Representative Roche absent. And my understanding for those who are opposed is that while you're in favor of perhaps the idea, it's the timing and including in the supplemental budget that you are opposed to. And I will try to reflect that in the memorandum.
Representative Stearns, did you want to add in on that?
If I might, Hillary, the points you just made, as well as the motion doesn't define where the money's going to come from. It's maybe here, maybe there, and I can't vote for that.
Is everyone who's on that minority report in agreement with that? You just nod your heads is all I need. Yep.
I'll just add, maybe there's one thing we can explore at a later date that is separate from our work on the supplemental budget. It does seem like there is universal agreement that this is something that shouldn't be happening. So regardless of, mechanisms for funding, maybe it's something that the committee could consider sending a letter to the DOE about, our desire to make sure that something happens on this and look into it further. But that's something we can, just to put that plug in everyone's mind, we can look at that later. See, Representative Stearns, you still have your hand up, just making sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, I'm lowering your hand for you. There you go.
My apology for the hand offense.
No worries.
If I can jump in, I need to make one clarification that Rachel Tremblay brought to my attention. And this is specific to the minority report on the Part C language. This is Representative Stearns, Representative Lyman, and Senator Woodsum, I believe, was on that report. Just that because that 2.5 million aspirations money was the only change to the Part C language, that vote will be for that portion to be out rather than in as amended. So I apologize for missing that, but I wanted to make that clarification.
Okay, thanks.
Representative Sampson, that you was on that, Senator Woodson was not.
Yeah, right.
Just found that in my notes, apologies. So that's Representative Sampson, Representative Lyman, and Representative Stearns who are on that report.
Any further comments on that?
And again, I will have a draft for you to review prior to this going to AFA. I urge you all, please do read it. Make sure it accurately reflects the votes and the discussions that you had today. And if there is anything that isn't accurately reflected, make sure to let me know when we meet on Friday so I can make those changes prior to sending it.
And before we wrap up our work, does anyone have anything else that they would like to add in or push into the conversation? I mean, this is our chance to really dig in to, we've gone through the report back on the specific line items, but we also, have, the greater whole, the supplemental budget. Representative Dodge, I see you doing a half hand raise.
Are there some other considerations that we would like to raise with the Appropriations Committee before we leave this today?
That was exactly my question.
Well, I believe that we do. And I believe there are a couple of members who are going to give some specifics about that. Are there not?
Representative Brennan, I see your hand is raised.
I believe that Representative Crockett has something to offer, and I'll defer to him.
Representative Crockett, I see you have one hand raised this time, so I can recognize you.
Yeah, I've resorted just to doing this instead of doing the hand in the thing. So my bad.
All right. Whatever.
Yeah, I'd like to suggest a motion that I have some concern with the allocation of 40 million to the rainy day fund, considering all the unknowns in K through 12 that we're looking at between now and June.
Do you have something you'd like to make a motion on that, or is this more of a statement?
Well, I think I want to make a motion, but I've never done that before, so I'm not sure exactly what I'm supposed to do.
You didn't make a motion in the idea committee?
I don't recall, but if I did, it's gone.
For those who don't know, I was Representative Crockett's House Chair last session, so I'm going to tease him a little bit on this one. So is there something that you'd like to so move? You'd like to describe your concerns?
Well, I'd like to move regarding that, that allocation of 40 million, maybe should be reconsidered with respect to our needs in the K through 12 area. And if we need a deeper, more specific dive, I'll defer to some of the other folks on the committee here that zeroed in on those.
So to clarify, would you like to make a motion moving the $40 million that is allocated to the rainy day fund out of the supplemental? Is that what you're trying to say, just to clarify?
That sounds good. That sounds good.
This is where you say, so moved.
So moved. So moved.
Thank you.
I would like to second that with some clarification about our uncertainties around what we may discover about learning loss and just summer programs that Commissioner Macon mentioned this morning that have not been fleshed out at this point. And I think we need a little flexibility with the 40 million is, I believe, what Representative Crockett is proposing, and I'm seconding. Please and thank you.
So Representative Crockett, for what Representative Dodge said, you'd have to say you're amenable to her friendly amendments to your motion.
I am very amenable to Representative Dodge's words.
So we have a motion on the floor. Just to clarify, the motion is to move out that $40 million out of the supplemental, and then we can include language like on the prior motion that Representative Millett has said, like what Representative Crockett and Representative Dodge have added into their amendment. I just wanted to make sure that made sense to everyone because I do know we have new members and I want to make sure everyone's on the same page. I'm seeing a few thumbs up. Okay, Representative Stearns had his hand up first, followed by Representative McCray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not questioning the intent, I think that is well beyond the purview of this committee on a couple of ways. Number one, it was not on our agenda today to discuss. It's a $40 million item. I'm sure the chief executive who proposed that would have loved to have known that that was going to be brought up in a hearing or in a workshop, if you will, where we're voting on the quote educational supplemental portion of the budget. I think it might be a good topic for the Appropriations Committee, and at that level, that's where something like that should take place. But it's because that just opens up a can of worms. We could vote that we think DHHS's budget is too high, so let's take some money from them and bring it to the schools. I just think it opens up a huge can of worms. And again, I don't question the intent of Representative Crockett. Understand that, hey, how come we're tucking money away if people are in need of those funds? But I don't think this is the venue to do that. So that's where I stand.
Representative McCray, followed by Representative Sampson.
Yes, I understand Representative Stearns' concern. I do support this motion simply because I hate to see that 40 million be locked away and not have perhaps every committee say, look, we'd like to discuss this. And I think this would send it to Approps to consider those concerns of our committee. That's the one that I'm worried about, that we should be worried about. And if they so choose not to listen, that's fine. But if we don't make our feelings known, they're not going to know them. So thank you.
Thank you. I have Representative Sampson, followed by Representative Millett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am deeply concerned by this, actually. I just think it doesn't, we need to have a much more in-depth discussion about this. Just to, it seems like it's almost like an afterthought to be bringing, like, let's just bring $40 million, whatever. What was it? $40,000 in. And I think we're opening a can of worms. It's a slippery slope. We don't even know the repercussions. We've had no discussion about this. I think on all those grounds, I throw up a caution flag, and I will not support this.
Sorry, I was trying to go through the budget on my phone. I just want to ask a clarification point to the makers of the motion, Representative Crockett and Representative Dodge. Is it more, instead of voting out this exact portion, that you'd like to express within the report back concern about this money, that you'd like to say that you're making sure that we're meeting our needs, rather than, as Representative Stearns was saying, concern about, us going out and pilfering all the other committees' budgets?
That is correct.
Especially IF&W. Sorry, I will stop joking about IF&W at Representative Stearns' expense. So Representative Crockett and Representative Dodge, would you consider amending your motion to so reflect that decision?
I absolutely would, but I believe procedurally Representative Crockett needs to say so first. Thank you.
Yes, he does.
I would.
And I do.
Gotta be careful saying I do, man. That could go completely the wrong way.
I mean, I would.
Had to toss that joke out there. Okay, Representative Millette, followed by Senator Woodson. And thank you for everyone flagging those concerns.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I had raised my hand before that recent amendment because I too share Representative Stern's concerns. I do think that the original motion was outside of the purview of this committee. But having said that, I think it's completely within our purview in the introductory language to the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee to draw their attention to a number of looming issues that we are facing within the Department of Education, within our higher education institutions, our schools, our districts, et cetera, that could be addressed with some of the funds that have been set aside for the rainy day. Because I don't know about you guys, but it's raining pretty hard from my perspective. So I'm pleased to see the amended language and look forward to supporting that.
Thank you, Representative Millette and Senator Woodson. Before we jump into your question, I just think it'd be helpful for clarification, perhaps for new members to just sort of say, you know, when I'm trying to clarify a motion, if it's unclear, we'll go through the process. And then, you know, Ms. Ressler can talk a little bit more about this, as well as members who have been on the committee before, that, you know, this report back will be accompanied by a memo from all of us, you know, talking about some of our, you know, top line concerns, even if it isn't, you know, specifically saying this 40 million is here or there. It can be something, you know, saying we're concerned about X, Y, and Z. And that is something that, you know, the chairs, you know, Representative Brennan and I will report back to appropriations, because the biggest purpose of this conversation is to, when we return this back over to AFA, to be able to say, you know, here's how we voted on these specific line items, but here are the other concerns that are not directly mentioned that impact the total, you know, picture of what we're discussing at this moment. So I just wanted, you know we have new members, and I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Senator Woodson.
Yeah, I'd like to have a clear definition of what is going to be written. What's going to be going to the AFA committee before I vote on this?
Absolutely. And I also should add that I think Ms. Ressler did add that we will see what, at the end of today, after we discuss everything, we will see the draft before anything goes to appropriations, and we'll also have chances to make edits. So that's another good thing, a very important reminder. Representative Sampson, and then if we can get clarification from the representatives who made the motion. My brain's not English language.
I know there's a motion on the table, but I'd like to consider that we just table this issue and maybe discuss it more when we have a little more information.
Are you making a tabling motion or a suggestion to consider that we discuss tabling it?
Well, we have a motion on the table right now. Yeah. So we have to deal with that first, but then maybe we should be looking at discussing the tabling option.
Representative Stearns? Representative Stearns, you're on mute.
You're muted, Representative Stearns.
Boy, my wife wishes she had that button, I'll tell you. I'm going to suggest, following in that same spirit, that a friendly suggestion that perhaps the good representative withdraw the motion, knowing that we now have a venue where that verbiage would be passed on to appropriations. And we also have a final review opportunity at that for all committee members. Just a suggestion, and that would avoid tabling and then having to bring something back and all these rules of order that make me nervous.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it correct that our report back and memo need to be completed by Friday afternoon?
correct.
That's correct.
Then if today is Wednesday and we must have our memo to accompany this document with our other concerns that we want AFA to be aware of, do we not need to have this discussion today and perhaps at some segment of time on Friday in order to prepare this in a timely way to meet our deadline, please? Thank you.
We don't want to make Ms. Rissler's life miserable. That is correct.
Thank you.
Representative Millette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know it's not my motion, but I've been listening to both the motioner and the seconder, and I'd love to get a stab at clarifying what would go in the memorandum, and then if they could give me a thumbs up or thumbs down, then I think hopefully we can get past this. So the way I understand where we are now is that they've accepted a friendly amendment to now make the motion to be that those who vote in favor support, including the fact that the Education Committee recognizes a number of challenges ahead of us, including summer learning loss, vaccination, broadband, and I think, we can, I don't know if we want to get specific or we don't, but, workforce shortages that would perhaps require flexibility of funding that could be supported by alternative uses of the money being sent to the rainy day fund. And then we ask that the Appropriation and Financial Affairs Committee give this consideration during their deliberations and negotiations. That's my best shot, people.
Representative Crockett, but real quick before you jump in, Representative Lyman, are you still having difficulty with the video?
I only see me. Everybody, all my screen went black except for my picture.
So if you check up at the top right-hand corner, you should see,
Yeah.
do you see a little like view with little grids that pops up when your cursor goes over it?
On the right?
Top right.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I know how to get everybody's picture, the gallery.
Yeah, and it's still just showing you instead of the gallery.
Everybody's black. I have two bodies, white bodies, but then the rest of the screens are black. Oh, I just got one. Representative Stern's frozen picture.
Huh.
I don't know why. It just all.
I wonder if it's under, oh, we just lost someone out of the meeting. Stop video.
It's just weird. At
Yeah.
first everybody froze and then it went black, but I'm still there.
That's odd. I mean, one thing you can always try if it keeps happening, we can let you leave the meeting and come back in to try to restart it to see if that works.
Okay.
Try that.
I think I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll do that. Thank you.
Any discussions until you come back, just to make sure you don't get left behind.
Okay. Thank you.
This is where we need hold music. I don't know if anyone wants to serenade us or.
We all know what she used to do, right? We all know that she's a music teacher. You just asked.
Dun, 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 dun,
We'll even
dun.
dance.
Oh man. Everyone loves technology, right? It's great.
When it works, we love it. When it doesn't work, we don't love it.
But this is the problem with Zoom. You don't see the personalities. You just see from the shoulders up, and you don't have these interactions like Jan getting up and doing thing.
Maybe I think we're getting a good sense for Jan's personality.
Comic relief. Yeah, maybe it's all we need.
I think it's just, more incumbent on all of us to try to inject a little bit of our personality into our Zoom window. I mean, if Hollywood Squares could make it work, we can make it work.
Exactly.
Representative Lyman, do we have any better luck? Fingers crossed, knock on wood, or knock on mantle. I could use that for a gavel.
She's still connecting to her audio. I
So
think
which Hollywood Squares personality do you want to be?
Oh, no idea. Oh, see, it looks like we've lost her again. Oh, now we just see a blacked out picture.
I think she's having bandwidth issues.
I think so too. So Representative Lyman, if you can hear us, can you say something?
I don't know.
Okay, no, we can hear you, Representative Lyman. So I think Representative Millette is correct, which is it's a bandwidth internet issue. So just speak up in case you can't see us. If you just, holler out, we'll make sure if you have any questions, if we can't see you, to make sure that you don't get left behind. And definitely let us know if anything else happens. Representative Dodge, were you raising your hand?
Yeah.
Okay. So to review, we had a clarification of the motion, and now we have a Representative Crockett. And President McCray just lost his internet. I just got a text message.
Oh, okay. Exactly what Representative Millette said was what I was trying to say. And I will chalk that up to experience and lack of understanding the procedural motions here on my part today. But she said it far more eloquently than I attempted.
Now, if I can make a suggestion, potentially, if we'd like to have, since we've gone around in a circle, maybe withdrawing the motion and having a clean motion. Is this something that would be amenable? Yes, no, maybe. Okay, no, we'll
Don't
stick.
make me no.
Rebecca's like, I'm not going over.
They agreed to a friendly amendment, and I just reiterated what that friendly amendment was, and they agreed that I interpreted it correctly. And so if we can just stay firmly planted there, that'd be really great.
Perfect. Representative Ms. Reisler, do you have everything that was discussed and we're ready to go?
Sure. Would you like me to reiterate what I have?
Perfect. One last time, and then we're going to go for it. And
my understanding of the motion is to include in the memorandum to AFA that members of the committee are concerned regarding the $40 million that the supplemental budget proposes to move to the rainy day fund, that members are recognizing that educational institutions in the state are facing a number of challenges. Some of the ones mentioned, learning loss, summer programs, and that these institutions might need greater flexibility to address those issues or as needs are identified. That moving to these funds to the rainy day fund may negatively impact these institutions if these funds are not available. And the committee is respectfully requesting that AFA give consideration to these issues and challenges when they debate this particular item in the supplemental budget.
Correct. Without moving, no touching any line items, none of that jazz. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What item are we amending?
So we're not amending, the way I understand it, it's not amending any item. It is simply just agreeing to move in our concerns or put our concerns in the memo.
I think that's my point exactly. I don't think that's going to require a formal vote by this committee. A quick raise of hands to include that in the memo, and we'll review it. I keep hearing the word amendment, and there's not an item to amend. I think we've kind of gotten beyond ourselves. So put the language in a memo, and let's review it. And if it says what we want to say, good. If we need to tweak it a bit, I'm sure we can do that.
I'm fine with that and would totally agree with that. We do have a motion on the floor, so we would have to dispense with that. So I will ask Representative Brennan.
I was just going to add before Representative Stearns, it's just not uncommon at all for the Education Committee or any other standing committee to add language or add recommendations or add to the report back to the Appropriations Committee. And I'm sure you'd agree that if we just stuck to the form and voting on that, it wouldn't reflect all the discussions we've had in the last couple of weeks and what we've learned in the last couple of weeks in regards to education. So I agree with you. It's not necessarily amending anything, but it's also not uncommon at all to have these type of addendums and additional information and advice back to the Appropriations Committee.
Any other questions? Representative Stearns.
Again, I would point out, I understand that completely, but it is a slippery slope to start to make motions on items that are not on an agenda. There are folks out there watching this meeting today going, I had no idea they were voting on the rainy day fund today in the I thought it was about the educational supplemental budget. And so as Representative Brennan points out, there are things that come up within those conversations that are certainly appropriate to add into the verbiage that goes to the Appropriations Committee so that they understand the background behind not just the form and voting out.
Absolutely, Representative Stearns. Senator Woodson.
Thank you. I don't feel comfortable doing this, and I don't know. I just don't like the idea of this. And my concern is, in fact, for the rainy day fund. I mean, there's a lot of needs out there, and I think we have the opportunity as we go down the road, and certainly AFA committee can also realize what's going on, and they can address this issue as well. So I don't feel comfortable doing this.
Thank you, Senator Woodson. Okay, so we have two conversations going right now. It's impressing me. It does seem that people are in recognition that we could put the language in the memo, and Representative Stearns, thank you for pointing out. I definitely understand, not wanting to necessarily vote on this and not necessarily an amendment. And I do think we have, we're negotiating, the first amendment was something that wasn't within necessarily what we were discussing, but it wasn't the end goal that Representative Crockett and Representative Dodge were going to, of just trying to express that they'd like to include in the report back just the language of, hey guys, it might be raining. We have some real concerns. We have some funding aspects here. We also have a motion on the floor. I'm amenable to either dispensing of the motion and just agreeing with the straw poll after we deal with the motion of what we'd like to include in the language, if that's something that people are interested in, or we can take a vote on the motion if that's where the committee would like to go with what's in front of us. So if I could just get some clarification from members, which direction they're leaning in. And not left or right or back. Sorry, bad joke. Representative Stearns.
I like the straw poll idea would be good, or just go ahead and craft the language, and if there are folks that disagree with the language, they might add a suggestion that maybe add a line saying not all committee members were in agreement, but the majority were, something like that would cover the debate.
Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My thoughts on this, being the new person about all this, is my thought is I agree with the point of the wording, adding some wording into the memo saying that these are things we're concerned about with the rainy day fund, adding it just sort of a point of information, and perhaps rescinding the motion, doing it just as a language like Representative Stearns mentioned, just adding that wording and recognizing that there's some concerns without making it a motion.
Thank you, Representative Salisbury. Would anyone like to jump in, or am I seeing by head nodding or waving or white flags? Do people seem to agree with Representative Salisbury and Representative Stearns? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm absolutely cool with the straw poll suggestion, but in deference to Ms. Risler, I feel it would be helpful to her and helpful to the Appropriations Committee for them to understand in a general way that we have additional concerns. And I would not want to be a committee that does not share some guidance for appropriations at this time. Thank you.
Absolutely, and I think that's exactly what Representative Stearns and Representative Salisbury were saying, just about the correct avenue to be able to address this language and format. So this is what I'm hearing, and I'm seeing heads nodding. So Representative Crockett, at this time, I'd ask if you would consider withdrawing your motion.
Oh, I'm not on mute. I thought I was on mute. I guess I'd like to have a conversation with some of the other members of the committee and the caucus before I make that move.
Representative Brennan.
You're muted.
Right. We should have time on Friday and between now and Friday to review the language and review the communication and then either take a formal vote again on Friday or reconsider on Friday once we've looked at the language that's been drafted by Hillary. And again, that's pretty common practice that we have this discussion, something is drafted, and then we'll look at the final draft.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. Sorry, one of the tiles under my foot just moved. Do I have any further comments on that? I think Representative Crockett, in your question about wanting to know where people are, I think what we could do is if you withdrew the motion, we can have just a little conversation. We can continue the conversation we've already been having and then have Ms. Risler draft off some language, as Representative Brennan said, to bring before us on Friday and vote on it then.
Yep.
With what she's heard all of the members say. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Sure. I just think it's critical that we have some communication going to appropriations around this issue.
So, you know, as I said before, we will give this report back. We have asked, I think Representative Brennan and I have asked to deliver this report back in person. So not only will we be delivering the memo, but we'll also be conveying this as well. With that, Representative Crockett, would you be interested in potentially withdrawing your motion?
I would.
Is there agreement from the second?
Correct. I would agree. Yes, thank you.
Correct.
There is no longer a motion on the floor. So at this point, if anyone has anything else they would like to add to the memos, I don't know if we don't have to take a straw poll on this. This is more of, this is a work session to have that conversation about what we would like to have in that report back language. We've heard several things, I think, from everyone present today. If there's something that has not been mentioned that you'd like to share with Ms. Risler, this would be your opportunity. So Representative Brennan?
I was, again, going to defer to Representative McCray on an issue that he was going to raise.
Representative McCray? Okay.
What? Yes. Anyway, I'd like to make a motion in support of funding that has been proposed by another standing committee to fund further mapping of the broadband issue program.
Could you state that again?
I would like to move that we, as a committee, support further funding or the mapping process for the broadband program.
Is there a second? Representative Millett.
Thank you. I definitely have Zoom fatigue. I just clicked on raise my hand instead of unmute. Yes, I second, with the clarification that this is in support of what we had heard from DECD, that this is in the budget. And we're just, again, this is one of those places, Representative Stearns, where our world crosses over with another committee's jurisdiction. But I think it's important to recognize that, as we all knew beforehand, but it's been illustrated quite boldly this pandemic, that our schools are greatly dependent on the robustness of broadband and being able to offer alternative delivery of education services. So I really think it's important that we share our support for that initiative. So again, I second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. We have Representative Stearns, followed by Senator Woodson, followed by Representative Brennan. Representative Stearns?
Once again, Madam Chair, it's the exact same argument that right out of the blue at 3:15, without any announcement to the public or stakeholders involved, we're going to vote on something that I really don't know how much it costs, what it would entail. Again, if no one wants robust rural broadband any more than myself in Piscataquis County. No one. And again, I have absolutely no trouble at all with having our analyst write that in, that, oh, by the way, appropriations, this is a really important point to the Education Committee. But I do not want to get in the habit on this committee or any other committee that I serve on in any other faction of bringing up items and adding significant items and adding them to an agenda without prior announcement of those items. So again, I would respectfully ask that we follow the same process we just did, only maybe without taking 45 minutes or to an hour to do it. Withdraw the motion per se, don't have a formal vote, but a show of hands or nods around the Hollywood squares to see if folks are amenable to adding that to the language that goes forward.
Thank you, Representative Stearns. I have Senator Woodson.
Yes, I'm a little dismayed, upset, tired, I don't know which. This is not on the agenda. I don't think there's anyone in Maine that is against expanded broadband, especially after going through COVID here. I just object to this, the last hour of what we've been doing here. So I guess that I just need to express that.
Absolutely understood. Thank you, Senator Whitson. Representative Brennan? Representative Brennan, you're on mute.
Remember to be on, I forgot to get off mute. But again, in the course of work sessions and the course of different presentations, we've heard different things that have come back about the budget and about different issues. And I think we all are concerned about broadband. There, according to Commissioner Johnson, there is an allocation in the budget, the supplemental budget, that would allow for the state to do more mapping of broadband, which would then give them the information of where we have problems with access and connectivity. And obviously that would have a huge impact on educational programming across the state. So Representative Stearns, I don't disagree with you. I don't have a necessarily, we can pursue the same course of action. It's just making sure that we have some language, some notification back to the Appropriations Committee that we think that's an important part of the budget and they should pay attention to, and it would be very helpful. So, and I think if you would agree with that, then we can move in that direction.
Okay, do I have any other questions? I think Representative Stearns.
Just so we're clear, can we again withdraw those motions, direct the analyst, direct Hillary to create that verbiage and express that, and off we go.
Great.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm fine with that. I can't speak for the folks who made the motion. Representative McCray, did we lose
I think we
Representative?
lost him.
We lost Representative McCray. What happens with a motion when the maker of the motion is gone? I have Mason somewhere, or Robert.
Well,
Really?
well, technically, I think we could vote down his motion.
Yes. Okay, let's do that. Let's vote down the motion since we don't have Representative McCray back, so we can't even consider moving to what Representative Stearns spoke about until we have that dispensed with. So, all those in favor of the motion before us? Seeing none. Oh wait, Representative.
He's right. He's getting back on.
Can I cancel the vote after I've started it? This is literally like, I'm pretty good at parliamentary procedure and this is out of my wheelhouse.
I would just clarify for him what we were about to do so that he won't be.
Raise their hands. There is something going on in the internet in Maine today. Although I guess that happens every single day. I was actually giving a national presentation and had the internet shut down on me mid-speech. Representative Lyman.
Okay, I apologize. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
I'm having major technological issues with my iPad. I'm just not hearing everything. And what I am hearing, I think I'm feeling uncomfortable because I'm just lost on some of this conversation. So I didn't know if you were going to be able to hear me, and I felt like I needed to say something because I'm not hearing everything. And I apologize, but I've tried, I've been taken out several times. I've gone out twice on my own and come back on, and it hasn't seemed to help much. I don't know how much of that you heard.
We heard all of
We
it.
finished the vote.
Yes, so let's take the vote. All those in favor of the motion, which we did. All those opposed on the motion. This is to get rid of it, so get that. Representative Lyman, if you can hear us, would you like to vote against the motion, which is what the majority of the committee is doing right now?
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
It is unanimous of those in voting. I'm going to really quickly say that I think there's some confusion going on about how to get things into a report back from appropriation. So I apologize to everyone. I know this is a learning experience, but what I'm hearing from everyone is that we do share concerns about making sure that we have broadband mapped out. And we want to mention that that is a priority to us in the report back. And I know people are getting uncomfortable, and I can see that there's some parliamentary uncertainty. And I'm thinking from both sides, what I'm seeing is we want that language. We don't want to have that as a motion. And I do think members are unclear of how you're able to shape that into the report back. Please nod your head if that seems like what you have experienced after the last 45 minutes of Alice in Wonderland's version of parliamentary procedure. I am seeing near universal head nodding. So with that, with no motions, I am hearing that we would like to have Ms. Rissler draft us some language that discusses our concerns about the fact that it is a rainy day with some of the items that were mentioned, and that we think it is critical, and please raise your hand if you have anything you'd like to add to this, that it is critical for the success of our students and teachers and the future of Maine to have key critical broadband access. And we urge appropriations to do whatever they can to make our lives easier, especially, just kidding on this last part, if it fixes the internet for us today. Does that seem to be summing up everything with no motions, dragging in no portions of other budgets? Have I done? I'm seeing nodding, so I think I have summarized where we are at. I do want to say apologies to everyone. I know everyone got a little bit nervous there, and I think we are all figuring it out, and we do have new members, and we are all learning together as a team. So just to review, we'll have this language. Ms. Rissler will let us see it on Friday, and at that point, we'll be able to take a vote together on what we think of the language, or just make corrections or additions. And
what I will do, sorry. I was gonna say, I will draft up the memo. What I'll do on these two portions, I will just make it very clear that those portions have not yet been voted on, and you can vote on them on Friday. I will do my utmost to get this all to you by the end of the day tomorrow, so that you have time to review it before you actually have to vote on it on Friday as well.
Thank you. And if I can just make a request, Ms. Rissler, would it be possible, I don't know what's gone out for members, but if we can just get, I know there's a thing on how to make a motion and parliamentary procedure. Could we get that potentially sent out to all members just as a refresher?
Sure, yeah, I think there's some information in the legislative handbook. Let me see what I can find and put it together for you.
So I know we're all just getting our sea legs, or Zoom legs, I should say, underneath us, but I would just say it's good, especially for new members. If it looked like we were speaking a foreign language there for a little bit, it's a really good thing to review, to sort of, get your feet under you. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the spirit that we have just been speaking about in the last minute or so, I am looking at our schedule for Friday, which states, I am guessing to the public, that we will be dealing with certain items between 10 and 12. Is it good or very bad for us to advertise or publicize that we will be working on the memo that we will be sending to AFA in addition to what is publicized in our Friday schedule? I am not sure about that, but somebody who understands about the protocol, I'm guessing it might be Ms. Rissler, could shed some light on that. Thank you.
We would typically revise the weekly schedule to add that the supplemental budget work session will be added to Friday.
Yeah, anytime something gets stretched out or we run out of time, the schedule gets rescheduled, put on our website, posted on our door, etc. Representative Brennan.
Well, not to, the question is whether or not we're scheduling a work session or we're just doing language review. And language review doesn't require any type of public notice. If we are scheduling, a formal work session, then yes, we could amend the schedule to do that.
To the extent that the committee wants to take additional votes on Friday, it would most likely be considered more of a work session.
Right.
Representative Stearns?
I tend to agree with, I think, Representative, that this is a language review. We can tweak that language. We've already voted. We voted today on the business that was on today's agenda and calendar. We'll settle on that language. That shouldn't take us but a few minutes because Hillary is going to nail it, and that's pretty typical procedure. And then we can move on. So I believe I agree with Mike, although I don't want to put words into your head, Representative Brennan.
You both said exactly what I was thinking was going to say. So we did a good job of, telepathy, making that point. And the other thing, and Ms. Rissler, totally correct me if I'm wrong on this, but for language, we don't technically have to have a vote. It can just be a, show of hands. So that's why it would be language review.
Sure, understood.
Yep, not everything has to have a formal motion and vote. Okay, everyone looks like they're about ready to literally fall asleep on their iPad or keyboard. I want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart for your patience. I know this took a lot and we definitely chased our tails for a little bit, but we got to the right position and I think we did a lot of really good work today. And once again, if anyone is having tech issues or just questions, you know how to reach me. Please follow up with anything and always know that, both of the chairs were here to answer any questions, as well as Sam, as well as Hillary. And yeah, any other questions before we close? Representative Brennan, would you like to add anything?
Nope, thank you.
Okay, with that, I'll just use my notebook. That concludes our business today for the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. Thank you all so much. Thank you for your patience. We'll be back Friday at 10 a.m. And everyone go out and run around the house a few times and get some stretches in. Maybe another cup of coffee. Have a great night.